What if Harry found Morgana Le Fay's tomb and she awakened offering to be his Dark Queen? Hello guys, welcome to Cosmic Wand. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry found Morgana Le Fay's tomb and she awakened offering to be his Dark Queen? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. Dust and bones. Harry's shovel hit something that wasn't dirt, and the clang echoed through the forbidden forest like a gunshot. The hell? He dropped to his knees, ignoring the mud soaking through his trousers, and started scraping away soil with his bare hands. Detention with Hagrid was supposed to be digging irrigation trenches for some new magical plants. Boring, backbreaking work that Umbridge had assigned with that simpering smile of hers. Hagrid had wandered off 20 minutes ago to deal with something in the deeper forest, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and his shovel. His fingers found edges, carved stone, symbols that seemed to shift when he looked at them directly. "Okay," Harry muttered, sitting back on his heels. That's not normal. Nothing in his life was normal, but this felt different. The air around the stone had weight to it, pressing against his skin like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. His scar didn't hurt, and that was almost weirder than if it had. Everything dangerous in his life came with that familiar lightning bolt of pain, Voldemort's calling card. This was something else entirely. He should get Hagrid. He should report this to McGonagall. He should do literally anything except what he was about to do. Harry started digging faster. The stone wasn't just a stone. It was a door, or the top of one anyway. The more he excavated, the more he realized the thing was massive, easily twice his height, covered in spiraling patterns that made his eyes water if he stared too long. The symbols weren't any runic language he'd seen in class. Not that he'd paid much attention. They looked older, hungry somehow. "Definitely should get Hagrid," Harry said to no one and kept digging. By the time he'd cleared enough to see the full outline, his arms were screaming and sweat dripped into his eyes despite the October chill. The door was set into what looked like a natural rock formation, but nothing about it was natural. Someone had built this, hidden it, buried it so deep that 1,000 years of forest had grown over it without disturbing the seal. There was a seal. Harry could feel it now. Magic layered so thick it was almost visible, shimmering at the edges of perception like heat off summer pavement. Protective wards, concealment charms, and something else. Something that felt like a lock waiting for a key. His hand was on the stone before he consciously decided to touch it. The reaction was immediate. Gold light erupted from the symbols, racing along the carved lines like fire through kindling. The seal didn't break, it recognized. Harry felt it like fingers running through his mind, assessing, measuring, and then, impossibly, approving. The door swung inward without a sound. "Right?" Harry's voice came out as a croak. "Because of course it does." He looked back at the forest. Hagrid was nowhere in sight. The smart thing, the Ron thing, the Hermione thing would be to walk away and come back with adults. But Harry was so goddamn tired of adults. Dumbledore with his cryptic non-answers and his twinkling manipulation. Umbridge with her blood quill and her pink cardigan fascism. The whole wizarding world that called him savior one day and dangerous lunatic the next. Harry stepped through the door. The darkness inside wasn't natural either. It pressed against his wand light, fighting it, until Harry was walking through a tunnel of barely there illumination surrounded by absolute blackness. The air smelled old. Not musty or rotten, just old. Like opening a book that hadn't been touched in centuries. His footsteps echoed strangely, the sound lasting too long, as if the space was bigger than it should be. The tunnel went down, and kept going down until Harry's legs burned and he'd lost all sense of how far beneath the forest he'd traveled. He should turn back. He knew he should turn back. He didn't turn back. The chamber at the bottom was round, carved from living rock, and absolutely massive. Harry's wand light barely reached the walls, but he could see enough to make his breath catch. Tapestries that should have rotted to nothing hung pristine on the curved walls, depicting scenes he couldn't quite parse. Battles, rituals, figures that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. The floor was covered in more of those spiraling symbols, all of them leading toward the center of the room. Toward the altar. Toward her. Harry stopped walking. The woman lay on a raised platform of white stone, hands folded over her chest like someone had arranged her for a funeral portrait. She wore robes of deep green trimmed in silver, and her black hair spread around her head like a dark halo. She could have been sleeping. She could have been dead for 1,000 years. She was beautiful in the way that lightning was beautiful, the kind of beauty that came with danger and power and the sense that you were looking at something beyond human. "Bloody hell," Harry whispered. The words seemed to echo longer than they should, bouncing off walls he couldn't see, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then the woman's eyes opened. They were gold. Not amber, not brown, not any natural eye color Harry had ever seen. Pure gold, bright as galleons, and they focused on him with an intensity that made his knees want to buckle. "You," she said, and her voice was rough from disuse but carried an accent Harry couldn't place. "You opened the door." Yeah." Harry's throat was dry. His wand was up, but he didn't know what he'd do with it. Stupefy? Expelliarmus? Somehow he didn't think either would mean much to whatever she was. "The door opened for me. I just touched it." The woman sat up slowly, and the movement was wrong. Too fluid, too controlled, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled by a master hand. But there was nothing artificial about the way she looked at him. The way her eyes catalogued everything from his messy hair to his muddy trainers to the scar on his forehead. "The seal recognized you." She swung her legs over the side of the altar, platform, bed, whatever it was, and stood. She was tall, maybe half a head taller than him, and she moved like she expected the world to get out of her way. "It was keyed to blood. My blood. Only my descendants could break it." "I'm not," Harry started, then stopped. Because honestly, what did he know about his family? The Potters were old blood, supposedly pure, and beyond that he had basically nothing. "I don't know anything about my family past my grandparents." "The blood knows." She walked toward him, and Harry held his ground through sheer stubbornness. 1,000 years, and still my line persists. I wonder what other surprises await me in this new age. 1,000. Harry's brain caught up with the rest of him, putting together the ancient door, the preservation magic, the tapestries that shouldn't exist. "Who are you?" The woman smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. It was the smile of someone who'd been the punchline of a joke for longer than she'd been alive, and who'd just found out she might get to tell her side of the story. "I have been called many things. Witch, monster, the doom of Camelot." She stopped close enough that Harry could see the individual threads of gold in her irises, the way her pale skin seemed to glow faintly in his wand light. "But my name, my true name, is Morgana Le Fay." Harry's wand came up fully, pointed directly at her face. "You're supposed to be dead. Many people are supposed to be many things." Morgana didn't seem concerned about the wand. She examined him the way someone might examine a particularly interesting puzzle. Head tilted slightly, gold eyes unblinking. "You're supposed to be a hero if that scar is what I think it is. How is that working out for you?" The question hit harder than it should have. Harry's arm wavered, just slightly, before he steadied it. "How do you know about my scar?" "I don't." Morgana circled him slowly, and Harry turned to keep her in sight, but she made no move to attack. "I know what a curse mark looks like, though. Someone bound your soul to another's. Didn't they? Not voluntarily, I'd guess. You have the look of someone who's been used." "I haven't been." "Really?" She stopped in front of him again, and something in her expression had shifted. Less predatory, more curious. "Then why are you here, little heir? Why did you walk into a tomb alone, without calling for help, without telling anyone where you'd gone? Why did you touch a door covered in warnings even you should have been able to feel?" She leaned in, close enough that he could smell something floral on her. Roses maybe, impossibly fresh after a millennium. "You came here because you wanted to find something, or escape something. Which was it?" Harry's arm dropped. Not because he'd decided to trust her, he wasn't stupid, but because his arm was tired and pointing a wand at someone who clearly didn't fear it was starting to feel ridiculous. "Both." he said quietly. Maybe both. Morgana's smile changed, softened, somehow, into something that looked almost like recognition. Ah, you're one of those. The ones who run toward danger because it's better than standing still and letting others decide your fate. She stepped back, giving him space, and the gesture felt deliberate. I was one of those too. Before you destroyed Camelot? The words came out harsher than Harry intended, but he didn't take them back. If he was going to die in a tomb beneath the Forbidden Forest, he might as well go down asking questions. But Morgana didn't attack. She laughed instead. A genuine sound, surprised and bitter and sad all at once. Is that what they say? That I destroyed Camelot? She walked past him, toward one of the tapestries, and her fingers brushed the ancient fabric without quite touching it. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Merlin always was better at controlling the narrative. I was his student, before I was his enemy, before Arthur, before everything went wrong. She turned back to face Harry, and her gold eyes were harder now. I didn't destroy Camelot, boy. I tried to save it. And when I failed, Merlin decided it was easier to blame me than admit his own mistakes. Harry shook his head. That's not what any of the stories say. Stories are told by victors, or survivors. I was neither. Morgana spread her arms, indicating the chamber around them. This was my prison. Merlin couldn't kill me. My power was tied to something he couldn't touch, so he sealed me away instead. Told the world I was dead, that he'd defeated me, made himself the hero and me the monster. And then the world forgot what really happened, and the lie became the truth. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to point out that she could be lying, that evil witches probably didn't introduce themselves as evil witches, that he'd read enough about dark magic to know you couldn't trust practitioners of it. But he'd also read enough about his own fame to know how easily the truth could be twisted. The prophet had called him a liar for a year. People he'd never met hated him based on stories that never happened. If someone put him in a tomb for 1,000 years and wrote history afterward, what would they say about Harry Potter? Why would I believe you? He asked instead of arguing. You shouldn't. Morgana shrugged, and the gesture was almost modern, casual in a way that didn't match her ancient robes. Not yet, but you have options, little heir. You can run back to your masters, tell them what you've found, and let them decide what to do with me. Or you can listen, ask questions, make up your own mind instead of letting others make it for you. You don't know anything about don't I? Morgana walked toward him again, slow enough that he could back away if he wanted. He didn't. You have a mark on your hand that wasn't there when you were born. Recent. Painful. Someone's been hurting you, and no one's stopping them. Your robes are expensive but poorly fitted. Someone else buys your clothes, and they don't care if they suit you. You move like a fighter, but you hold your wand like a student. Someone's been training you but not well. Not to win. To survive just long enough to be useful. Harry's hand had moved unconsciously to cover the scars Umbridge's quill had left. The words "I must not tell lies" still stood out red and angry against his skin, weeks after the last detention. How? 1,000 years in stasis doesn't mean my mind was sleeping. Morgana stopped a foot away from him. I watched, listened. The seal filtered through echoes of the outside world, enough to understand how time was passing. And I've had a very long time to learn how to read people. You've been awake this whole time? Aware, not awake. There's a difference. Something flickered in her gold eyes. Pain, maybe, or exhaustion older than Harry could comprehend. Imagine being paralyzed but conscious. For 1,000 years. Unable to move. Unable to speak. Unable to do anything but watch shadows of the world pass by, and know you can't reach them. Harry's stomach turned. He'd spent 11 years in a cupboard under the stairs, and that had been bad enough. 1,000 years of aware paralysis was so far beyond anything he could imagine that his brain refused to process it. Why would Merlin do that to you? He asked. If he couldn't kill you, why not just seal me properly? Let me actually sleep. Morgana's laugh was sharp and humorless. Because he hated me. Because I dared to challenge him. to tell Arthur the truth about his precious advisor. Merlin wanted me to suffer, and he had 1,000 years to ensure I did. She met Harry's eyes, and there was nothing hidden in her expression now, just ancient anger and older pain. Do you still think he was the hero of the story? Harry didn't know what to think. His worldview had been crumbling slowly for years, since he found out he was a wizard, since he found out his parents were murdered, since he learned about prophecies and Horcruxes and the fact that the adults he trusted were using him like a weapon. Adding Merlin was actually a vindictive bastard. To the pile barely made a ripple. I don't know, he said honestly. I don't know who the heroes are anymore. Something shifted in Morgana's face. The sharp edges softened slightly, and she nodded once, a gesture that felt like acknowledgement. That's the first honest thing anyone said to me in 1,000 years. She stepped back, and suddenly she was all business, looking around the chamber like she was taking inventory. We don't have much time. The seal breaking will have been felt by anyone sensitive enough to notice. And if your world has anything like Merlin's order, they'll come to investigate. The Ministry might notice, Harry said automatically, brain switching to practical mode. Or Dumbledore. He runs Hogwarts, the school above us. He's supposed to be the most powerful wizard alive. Supposed to be. Morgana's tone made it clear what she thought of supposed to us. And this Dumbledore, is he your ally or your master? The question hung in the air. Harry opened his mouth to defend Dumbledore, to explain about the Order and the war and how the old man was fighting against Voldemort, and found that the words wouldn't come. Because Dumbledore had known about the Dursleys and left him there anyway. Had known about the prophecy and told him nothing. Had watched him walk toward danger year after year and done nothing to actually prepare him for it. Whatever Dumbledore was, ally didn't feel like the right word. I don't know, Harry said again. I thought he was, but he keeps things from me. Uses me without explaining why. I'm not a person to him. I'm a weapon he's pointing at Voldemort. Voldemort. Morgana tested the name, rolling it across her tongue. The Dark Lord? I felt echoes of him. Fragmented soul, split across multiple anchors, obsessed with immortality and dominion. Powerful but limited. Brilliant but insane. That's pretty accurate, actually. The type is familiar. Morgana started walking toward one of the chamber's walls, where a stone basin stood on a pedestal that Harry hadn't noticed before. Merlin was the same. Power without wisdom. Brilliance without empathy. Men like that always burn the world down eventually, and they never understand why. She waved her hand over the basin, and water appeared from nowhere, perfectly clear and still. When she bent over it, the surface rippled, showing images that moved too fast for Harry to follow. What is that? Scrying pool. Old magic. Bound to my blood. Morgana's frown deepened as she watched the images. The world has changed more than I expected. Magic has been diluted, controlled. They've made it smaller, haven't they? Turned it into tricks and rules instead of art and power. There are laws, Harry said, about what magic you can and can't use. Dark arts are banned. Of course they are. Morgana straightened up, and her expression was somewhere between amused and disgusted. Control the knowledge, control the people. There's always the same pattern. The powerful decide what's permitted and call everything else evil. Makes it easier to stay on top when no one else knows what you know. Dark magic is evil, though. It corrupts people, makes them. Does it? Morgana turned to face him fully, and there was genuine curiosity in her voice. Tell me, little heir, what makes magic dark? Harry stopped. He'd never actually thought about it. Dark magic was just dark. Everyone said so. It hurts people, like the unforgivables. Killing curse, torture curse, mind control. And healing magic doesn't hurt? When it knits bones back together or burns away infection. Morgana walked toward him as she talked, slow and deliberate. A cutting curse can kill someone or save their life on a surgery table. A fire curse can burn down a village or keep a family warm through winter. Magic is not good or evil. Magic is power. It's how you use it that matters. But the killing curse. Morgana stopped in front of him. The most forbidden spell in your world. Yes? Instant death, no counter, absolute evil. Did anyone ever tell you why it was created? Harry shook his head. Mercy. The word landed like a stone in still water. A healer invented it centuries before Merlin. For patients who couldn't be saved, who were in agony, who begged for release. A good death instead of a slow one. And then war came, and the spell was used for something else. And suddenly it was the darkest magic imaginable. Morgana's voice softened. Context matters. Intent matters. But it's easier to ban things outright than teach people to think. Harry's brain was spinning. Everything she said made a horrible kind of sense, the kind of sense that cracked open doors he'd kept locked for years. He'd never questioned why dark magic was dark. He just accepted it, the same way he'd accepted that Dumbledore was good and Slytherins were evil and he was destined to fight Voldemort. Why are you telling me this? Because you asked. Morgana smiled, and this time it reached her eyes. And because I see something in you, the same thing the seal saw. You're not a follower, Harry Potter. You're not built to obey blindly and hope someone else knows what they're doing. You question. You resist. You've been fighting your whole life. Haven't you? Fighting to survive. Fighting to be heard. Fighting to matter. Harry's voice caught. Yeah, I guess I have. I can help you. Morgana held out her hand, palm up, a gesture of offering. Not as a master, not as a teacher giving tests and grades, as an ally, someone who understands what it's like to be the villain in someone else's story. Someone who can teach you what they don't want you to know. What do you get out of it? The question seemed to please her. Her smile widened. Clever boy. What I get is freedom. A guide to this new world. And, if I'm honest, revenge. Not on you, on the order that Merlin built. The system that has controlled magic for 1,000 years and convinced everyone it was for their own good. I want to tear it down. And I think you want that too, whether you admit it or not. Harry thought about Umbridge and her blood quill. About Fudge and his propaganda campaign. About Dumbledore and his manipulations, the Ministry and its corruption, the whole rotten structure that had failed him over and over while demanding he die to save it. What would I have to do? Learn. Morgana kept her hand extended. Train. Grow strong enough that no one can use you again. And when the time comes, stand beside me and help me burn the lies away. And if I say no, then you walk away. Morgana shrugged. I won't force you. Force is what they do, Merlin, your Dumbledore, this Voldemort. I'm offering you a choice. The first real choice you've ever had. I suspect. Harry looked at her hand. At her golden eyes. At the chamber around them. Filled with ancient power and older secrets. His whole life he'd done what other people expected. What the Dursleys demanded. What Hogwarts required. What Dumbledore manipulated him into. Even fighting Voldemort wasn't really his choice. It was a prophecy written before he was born. A destiny imposed on him by magic he didn't understand. This was different. This was him, in a hidden tomb, offered something no one else was offering. Knowledge, power, partnership, the chance to stop being a pawn. Harry took her hand. The moment their skin touched, something sparked. Not painful, not pleasant, just significant. Magic recognized magic. Blood called to blood across 1,000 years, and the chamber seemed to sigh with something like satisfaction. Welcome, Harry Potter. Morgana's grip was cool and strong. Shall we begin? The walk back to the surface felt shorter than the walk down. Harry didn't know if that was magic or just his altered state of mind. But by the time they emerged into the Forbidden Forest, barely an hour had passed. The moon was up, silvery light filtering through the trees, and Hagrid's distant voice was calling Harry's name. You'll need to go, Morgana said. She was looking around at the forest like someone seeing an old friend after long absence. Drinking in the trees, the moonlight, the smell of earth and growing things. Return tomorrow night. I'll be here. You're staying in the tomb? For now. She turned to look at him, and in the moonlight, she looked less like an ancient witch and more like a woman who'd just been freed from prison. Tired, hopeful, fierce. I need to understand this world before I walk through it openly. and you need to return to your life without raising suspicion. Can you do that? Harry thought about Umbridge, about Dumbledore, about the careful mask he'd learned to wear around people who didn't actually care about him. Yeah, I can do that. Good. Morgana stepped back toward the hidden entrance. One more thing. The seal breaking, it will have consequences. I don't know what yet, but magic that old doesn't crack quietly. Be watchful. Be careful. And don't trust anyone who suddenly seems too interested in your movements. So basically don't trust anyone I already don't trust? Morgana's laugh was genuine, bright in the darkness. You learn fast, little heir. Go. We'll speak tomorrow. She disappeared into the tunnel, and the door swung shut behind her, sealing so seamlessly that Harry couldn't tell where the entrance had been. He stood there for a moment, hands still tingling where she'd touched it, mind racing with everything that had just happened. Then he turned and started back toward Hagrid's voice, composing excuses for where he'd been. He'd found something, or it had found him. Either way, for the first time in months, maybe for the first time ever, Harry felt like his life might actually be his own. Getting back to the castle was easy. Explaining to Hagrid that he'd gotten turned around in the dark was easier. Hagrid was trusting to a fault, and he was so relieved Harry was okay that he didn't ask many questions. Filch was waiting at the entrance to give him grief about being out after curfew, but a note from Hagrid about the extended detention shut him up. The real challenge was walking through the Gryffindor common room without anyone noticing that everything had changed. Harry! Hermione looked up from her usual armchair by the fire, surrounded by books and parchment. Where have you been? Ron said Hagrid's detention ended hours ago. Got lost. Harry dropped onto the couch across from her, going for casual exhaustion instead of reality-shattering discovery. The forest is darker than it looks. Had to wait for Hagrid to find me. You were lost in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione's voice pitched upward. Harry, that's dangerous. You could have... Mione. Harry held up a hand. I'm fine. Nothing attacked me. I just wandered around for a while and then Hagrid showed up. It's fine. She didn't look convinced, but she also didn't push. That was the thing about Hermione. She knew when Harry was lying, but she also knew when he wasn't going to talk. She'd learned that lesson after third year, after fourth year, after every time he'd shut her out because he didn't know how to explain what was happening inside his head. Fine. She turned back to her books. But you should tell someone if anything happened. McGonagall or Dumbledore. The bitterness slipped out before Harry could stop it, and Hermione's head snapped up. Sorry. I'm just tired. Harry. Hermione's voice was soft now, worried in the way it only got when she thought something was really wrong. Is everything okay? You've been different lately. Angrier. More closed off. I'm fine. You're not, though. She set down her quill and gave him her full attention, brown eyes sharp and searching. You've barely talked to me and Ron since the year started. You're getting detention every other day with Umbridge, and I know she's doing something in there because you keep hiding your hand. And you're... She stopped, seemed to struggle with something, then pushed forward. You're scaring me. It's like you're disappearing, and I don't know how to help. Harry's chest hurt. He hadn't realized, or maybe he hadn't let himself realize, how much he'd been pulling away. Hermione and Ron were his best friends, his first friends, the people who'd stuck by him through everything. And he'd been treating them like strangers because it was easier than explaining how lost he felt. Hermione. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to find words. I'm not trying to push you away. I just don't know how to talk about what's happening. It's all so messed up, and everyone wants something from me. And I can't even figure out who I'm supposed to be anymore. You're supposed to be Harry. Hermione leaned forward, eyes bright. Just Harry. That's who you were when we met, and that's who I want you to be. Not the chosen one or the boy who lived or whatever stupid title people put on you. Just my friend who's terrible at potions and gets in trouble too much. For a moment, Harry almost told her. About the tomb, about Morgana, about everything. The words were right there, ready to spill out. But something held him back. Not distrust, he trusted Hermione more than almost anyone. Just uncertainty. This thing with Morgana was new, fragile, possibly insane. If he told Hermione, she'd want to analyze it, research it, probably talk to a professor. And Harry wasn't ready for that. He needed time to figure out what he'd gotten into before he let anyone else have opinions about it. "I know," he said instead. "I'm sorry I've been distant. It's just a lot. With Umbridge and Voldemort being back, and everyone thinking I'm crazy. I'll try to be better." Hermione watched him for a long moment, clearly not entirely satisfied, but eventually she nodded. "Okay, but if you need to talk, really talk. I'm here. Always." "I know you are." Harry stood up, suddenly desperate to be alone. "I'm going to bed. Long night." He was halfway up the stairs to the boys' dormitory when Hermione's voice caught him. "Harry!" He turned. She was still watching him, something unreadable in her expression. "Whatever's going on, whatever you're dealing with, you don't have to do it alone. Remember that." "I will," Harry promised, and meant it, even though he knew he was already doing exactly what she'd warned against. Some things you had to figure out by yourself. Ron was already asleep, snoring loudly enough to shake the bed frame. Neville was reading by wandlight, Seamus and Dean were debating something about Quidditch in hushed voices, and everything was exactly normal. Harry changed into pajamas, climbed into bed, and lay there staring at the canopy above him. Morgana Le Fay. He'd just made some kind of alliance with Morgana Le Fay. The Morgana Le Fay, the witch from legends, the villain of Arthurian myth, the woman who was supposed to have been Merlin's greatest enemy. And instead of running away screaming, he'd shaken her hand and agreed to learn from her. He should feel terrified, or at least conflicted. But lying in his four-poster bed in the same dormitory he'd slept in for 5 years, all Harry felt was something like hope. For the first time in months, there was something new. Something that wasn't about prophecies or expectations or other people's plans. Something that was just his. A secret, yes, but a secret that came with possibilities instead of burdens. Morgana was powerful. That much was obvious. Even sealed away for a millennium, she radiated strength in a way that made Dumbledore seem like a candle next to a bonfire. And she was willing to teach him. Not the sanitized, ministry-approved curriculum he got at Hogwarts, but real magic. Old magic. The kind of knowledge that people spent lifetimes looking for. But more than that, she'd listened to him. Asked what he wanted instead of telling him what he should want. Treated him like a person with choices instead of a piece on someone else's chessboard. When was the last time anyone had done that? Sirius, maybe. Before the Department of Mysteries. Before Azkaban. But even Sirius saw Harry through the lens of James, couldn't quite separate the son from the father. And everyone else, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Lupin, the whole order, they looked at Harry and saw a weapon. A symbol. A sacrifice waiting to happen. Morgana had looked at him and seen a boy who was tired of being used. Harry turned over, pulling the blankets up to his chin. Tomorrow night he'd go back. He'd learn what she had to teach him. And whatever happened after that, whatever consequences came from making deals with ancient witches in buried tombs, he'd face them the way he'd faced everything else. Head on. Eyes open. Finally, something that felt like his choice. Morning came too soon, announced by Ron's alarm charm shrieking until Neville threw a pillow at it. Harry dragged himself out of bed, went through the motions of showering and dressing and pretending to be normal, and made it to the Great Hall just in time for breakfast. The noise hit him like a wall. Hundreds of students talking and laughing and arguing. The clatter of dishes and the flutter of owl post and the general chaos of 1,000 teenagers crammed into one space. Harry's head ached. He'd barely slept, too wound up by everything that had happened, and every sound felt too sharp, too loud. "You look terrible," Ron said helpfully, sliding into the seat next to him. "Thought you said the detention wasn't bad?" "Detention was fine." Harry reached for toast. "Just didn't sleep well." "Dreams again." Harry shook his head. The dreams about Voldemort had been mercifully absent for weeks, ever since he'd started occlumency lessons with Snape. Lessons that were basically an excuse for Snape to root around in his memories while sneering about his lack of talent. But last night's sleeplessness wasn't about Voldemort. It was about golden eyes and offered hands and the terrifying possibility of hope. Just restless. Harry took a bite of toast and immediately regretted it as his stomach turned. He forced himself to chew anyway. Passing out from hunger would attract more attention than he wanted. The morning post arrived in a flurry of wings, and Hermione's prophet landed on the table with a splat. She unfolded it, scanned the front page, and her expression went carefully neutral in the way it did when she was trying not to react to something bad. "What?" Harry asked. "Nothing important." Hermione folded the paper quickly. "Just more ministry propaganda." Harry reached across the table and twitched the prophet out of her hands before she could hide it. The headline screamed at him in bold black letters. "Potter's Lies. I.S. the boy who lived losing his mind?" Below it, a picture of Harry, one of the unflattering ones from the Triwizard Tournament, scowled up at him next to a column of text that he didn't bother reading. He knew what it would say. Unstable, attention-seeking, dangerous. The same accusations they'd been printing for months. Ever since he'd told the truth about Voldemort's return, and the Ministry decided that making him look crazy was easier than admitting they were wrong. "Awesome." Harry dropped the paper on the table. "Great start to the day." "Harry," Hermione started. "Don't." He stood up abruptly, appetite completely gone. "I need some air." He made it halfway to the doors before he ran directly into Draco Malfoy. "Watch it, Potter." Malfoy's sneer was automatic, reflexive, the same expression he'd worn since first year. "What's the matter? Seeing things again? Should we call a mind healer?" Harry looked at him. Really looked, in a way he hadn't bothered to in years. Malfoy was pale, dark circles under his eyes, and his swagger had a brittle quality to it that Harry had never noticed before. Something was wrong with Malfoy, not surface-level wrong, but deep wrong, the kind of wrong that ate at you from the inside. "Move, Malfoy." "Or what?" Malfoy stepped closer, Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like oversized bookends. "Going to hex me? Give the prophet more ammunition." "No." Harry stepped around him, smooth and easy, and didn't look back. "I'm going to ignore you, because you're not worth my time." He felt Malfoy's gaze burning into his back as he walked away, felt the other Slytherin's surprise at the non-reaction, and didn't care. There was a time when Malfoy's taunts would have gotten under his skin, provoked him into something stupid. That time felt very far away now. He had bigger things to worry about than schoolyard rivals. Classes were interminable. Transfiguration, charms, history of magic, the usual rotation of lectures and wand-waving and trying to stay awake while Binns droned about goblin rebellions. Harry went through the motions, took notes he wouldn't read, practiced spells he'd already mastered, and counted the hours until nightfall. The only break in the monotony came during defense against the dark arts. Umbridge stood at the front of the classroom, pink cardigan and simpered smile firmly in place. Wand pointed at the blackboard where she'd written counter-curses. Ministry-approved methods in looping script. "Today," she said in her girlish voice, "we will be studying the theoretical underpinnings of defensive magic. As the Ministry has determined, practical application is unnecessary for your education. Understanding the principles behind defensive spells will be more than sufficient for your OWL examinations." Harry's jaw tightened. Weeks of this. Weeks of sitting in this room, reading useless textbooks, while Voldemort gathered strength and his followers prepared for war. The Ministry's insistence that everything was fine, that practical defense training was unnecessary, was going to get people killed. "Professor," Hermione's hand was up. "How are we supposed to defend ourselves if we never actually practice the spells?" "Miss Granger." Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but something in her eyes went hard. "Are you questioning the Ministry's judgment?" "I'm asking for clarification. The Ministry has determined that theoretical knowledge is sufficient. That is all you need to know." Umbridge turned back to the board. "Now, if you'll open your textbooks to Chapter 7. That's insane." The words were out of Harry's mouth before he consciously decided to speak. "You can't learn defense from a book. It's like trying to learn swimming by reading about water." The room went silent. Umbridge turned slowly, her smile stretching wider in a way that wasn't pleasant at all. "Mr. Potter." Her voice was sugar-coated venom. "I see you've decided to disrupt my class again. Detention. Tonight. My office. I have detention with Hagrid tonight. Not anymore. Umbridge walked toward him, short legs carrying her with predatory precision. Your detention with the gamekeeper is hereby cancelled. You'll spend this evening with me instead, reflecting on the importance of respecting your superiors. Harry's hand throbbed at the memory of her quill. The scars on his skin seemed to burn, though he knew that was just his imagination. Another night of carving words into his own flesh while this toad of a woman watched with barely disguised satisfaction. But he couldn't be in detention tonight. He had to get back to Morgana. Fine, he said flatly. What time? Umbridge blinked, clearly surprised by his easy capitulation. 7 o'clock. Don't be late. I won't. He sat back in his chair, mind racing. He'd have to find another way. Morgana had said tomorrow night, but she'd also said the seal breaking would have consequences. He needed to talk to her, warn her about Umbridge and the Ministry and all the people who would want her dead if they knew she was alive. But first, he had to survive another detention without arousing suspicion. The hours crept by like years. Umbridge's office was exactly as Harry remembered it. A nightmare of pink walls and kitten plates and doilies that seemed designed to induce madness. He sat in the same chair he always sat in, took the same quill she always gave him, and started writing the same words he'd written a dozen times before. I must not tell lies. The blood welled up from his hand, red against his skin, and the quill scratched the words into his flesh with each repetition. It hurt. It always hurt. But Harry had gotten good at pushing the pain aside, turning it into background noise while his mind went elsewhere. Tonight, his mind went to Morgana. She'd know healing magic. Real healing magic, not the Ministry-approved kind that still left scars. She could probably fix his hand in seconds, erase all evidence of Umbridge's abuse like it had never happened. And more than that, she could probably teach him spells that would make this pink-clad sadist think twice about handing out detentions. I must not tell lies, but that wasn't who he wanted to be. Harry had seen what happened to people who used power for revenge, Voldemort, Pettigrew, even Snape in his own bitter way. Power without purpose just made you a bigger monster. If Morgana was going to teach him, he wanted to learn how to protect himself, protect others, build something better than what existed. Not just destroy the things he hated. I must not tell lies. You seem distracted tonight, Mr. Potter. Umbridge's voice cut through his thoughts like a cheese grater on nerves. Perhaps you're finally learning your lesson? Harry looked up at her piggy eyes and her satisfied smile, and felt nothing but cold contempt. She thought she was powerful, thought she was in control, but she was nothing. A bureaucrat playing at torture. A bully with a badge who'd crumble the moment she faced real opposition. Maybe, he said. Umbridge's smile flickered, uncertainty creeping into her expression. Harry had never agreed with her before. He'd argued, defied, refused to back down even when it cost him. This easy capitulation was clearly unsettling. Well, she cleared her throat. Continue. Harry continued. The pain was almost soothing now, a familiar rhythm that let his mind wander. He thought about Morgana's offer, about what it would mean to learn real magic, old magic, the kind that had built Camelot and broken it, about the person he could become if he stopped letting others define his limits. An hour passed. 2. The words on his hand had blurred into a mess of blood and damaged skin, but Umbridge showed no signs of ending the session. She sat at her desk, sipping tea and reading reports, occasionally glancing up to make sure he was still suffering. Harry kept writing. At some point, the door opened, and Professor McGonagall strode in without knocking. Her expression was thunderous. Dolores! Umbridge stood up so fast she knocked her teacup over. Minerva! What is the meaning of this intrusion? The meaning is that Mr. Potter has been in detention for 3 hours, which exceeds the maximum permitted by school policy. McGonagall's Scottish accent was thick with barely contained fury. He will be returning to his dormitory now. The length of his detention is at my discretion. Your discretion is overruled. As deputy headmistress, I have authority over student welfare, and keeping a student up until midnight for lines is not in his best interest. McGonagall's eyes fell on Harry's hand, on the blood seeping between his fingers, and something in her expression went very still. What exactly has he been writing, Dolores? Umbridge's smile was gone. That's not your concern. On the contrary. McGonagall walked to Harry's desk and held out her hand. Give me the quill, Potter. Harry handed it over. McGonagall examined it for exactly 2 seconds before her face went white, then red, then a shade of purple that Harry had only seen on Uncle Vernon. This is a blood quill. Her voice was barely above a whisper. A restricted dark object. How did you acquire this, Dolores? As senior undersecretary. I don't care if you're the minister himself. McGonagall drew her wand, and suddenly the room felt very small. Blood quills are illegal for use on minors. Full stop. No exceptions. You have been torturing a student in my school, and I will see you removed from this position if I have to write to every member of the Wisengamot personally. Harry watched the two women face off, and felt something unfamiliar stirring in his chest. Someone was defending him. Not because he was the chosen one, not because he was useful, but because he was a student under her care and she was furious that he'd been hurt. You can try. Umbridge's voice had gone cold, all the false sweetness stripped away. But the ministry will support me. The ministry always supports me. And by the time your letters arrive, I'll have had this boy expelled for any number of infractions. No, you won't. McGonagall's wand didn't waver. Because if you try, I'll go to the prophet. I'll go to the international community. I'll tell everyone exactly what kind of monster Cornelius Fudge has put in charge of children, and we'll see how long the ministry supports you then. The standoff lasted another 30 seconds before Umbridge broke. She sat down heavily, face mottled with rage, and gestured toward the door. Get out. Both of you. McGonagall's hand closed on Harry's shoulder, firm and steadying, and guided him out of the office. They walked in silence through the corridors, past sleeping portraits and flickering torches, until they reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice was gentler now, the fury banked but still burning. Why didn't you tell anyone? Would it have mattered? Harry heard the bitterness in his own voice and didn't bother hiding it. The ministry controls everything. Dumbledore can't stop her, you can't stop her. Nobody can stop her because they've decided she's more important than the students. McGonagall flinched. It was tiny, barely visible, but Harry saw it. You're not wrong. She let out a breath, suddenly looking older than he'd ever seen her. The situation is complicated, but that doesn't mean you should suffer in silence. Come to me if she tries anything else. I may not be able to remove her, but I can make her job significantly more difficult. Thank you. Harry meant it, even if he didn't think it would change anything. For tonight. For standing up. It's my job. McGonagall's hand squeezed his shoulder briefly before releasing. Go get some sleep. And Harry, he turned back. I know everything seems bleak right now, but you're not as alone as you think you are. She walked away before he could respond, her robes swishing around her ankles, and Harry stood there for a long moment before climbing through the portrait hole. The common room was empty except for Hermione, who was curled up in her usual armchair with a book. She looked up when he entered, took one look at his face and his bloodied hand, and set the book aside. Harry, I'm okay. He sat down across from her, suddenly exhausted beyond words. McGonagall showed up. She's dealing with it. Let me see your hand. He held it out. Hermione examined the damage, her expression going through the same progression McGonagall's had: white, red, purple, back to white. I'm going to kill her, Hermione said quietly. I'm going to find a way to end her career, and then I'm going to kill her. Get in line. Harry let her pull out her wand and start casting healing charms. They wouldn't fully work. Blood-cool wounds were resistant to magical healing. But the pain faded slightly, and that was enough. Mione, I need to tell you something. She looked up, eyes sharp. Not now. Not everything. But, he searched for the right words. Something's changed. Something big. And I can't explain it yet, but I need you to trust me. Can you do that? Hermione watched him for a long moment. He could see the struggle in her face. the part of her that wanted to demand answers, to research and analyze and understand, warring with the part that loved him enough to wait. "Okay," she said finally. "But Harry, please be careful. Whatever's going on, please don't do something irreversible." Too late for that, Harry thought but didn't say. "I'll try," he promised instead. "I'll try." He made it to the forest the next night. Sneaking out was easier than it should have been. The Marauder's map showed him every professor's patrol route. The invisibility cloak made him undetectable. And after 5 years of nocturnal adventures, Harry knew Hogwarts well enough to navigate it blindfolded. He slipped through a secret passage near the kitchens, crossed the grounds in the shadow of the Quidditch pitch, and was into the trees before anyone could notice he'd left. The tomb entrance was where he'd left it, invisible to anyone who didn't know where to look. Harry touched the stone, felt the seal's recognition, and stepped through the door. Morgana was waiting for him in the chamber below. She'd been busy. The space was different now, lit by floating orbs of golden light instead of Harry's wand. The tapestries straightened and the dust cleared. She stood in the center of the room, hands folded in front of her, and when she saw him, her expression shifted through relief to concern. "Your hand." Harry looked down at the bandages Hermione had wrapped around his palm. "It's nothing. It's not nothing." Morgana crossed to him in 3 quick strides and took his hand without asking permission. Her fingers were cool against his skin as she unwrapped the bandages, revealing the still raw scarring beneath. "A blood binding. Someone has been carving words into you with dark magic." "My defense, Professor." Harry's voice was flat. "She's ministry appointed. Nobody can touch her." Morgana's golden eyes went cold in a way that made Harry's spine tingle. "This professor. What's her name?" "Dolores Umbridge." "Dolores Umbridge." Morgana repeated the name like she was committing it to memory. "She will regret this. You can't just—" "I won't do anything visible. Not yet." Morgana released his hand and stepped back, her expression smoothing back into something more neutral. "But there are ways to make someone's life very unpleasant without leaving fingerprints. For now, though..." She reached into her robes and pulled out a small glass vial filled with silvery liquid. "Drink this." "What is it?" "Essence of Moon Lily." Morgana uncorked the vial and pressed it into his good hand. "It won't fully heal the damage, blood magic is stubborn, but it will stop the scarring and reduce the pain. Old recipe. Predates whatever passes for healing arts in this era." Harry examined the vial. Could be poison for all he knew. Could be mind control. Could be anything at all. And he'd be drinking it on the word of a woman he'd met less than 48 hours ago. He drank it anyway. The effect was immediate. A cooling sensation spreading from his stomach outward, reaching his hand and washing over the damaged skin like water over a burn. When he looked down, the angry red letters had faded to pale pink, still visible but no longer throbbing. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Don't thank me yet." Morgana turned and walked toward the far wall, where a table had appeared that definitely hadn't been there before. It was covered in books, scrolls, and objects Harry didn't recognize. "We have work to do, and not much time to do it. The seal's breaking has already begun attracting attention." "What kind of attention?" "I felt something last night, a presence brushing against the barrier between worlds." Morgana picked up one of the scrolls and unrolled it, revealing text in a language Harry couldn't read. "The seal wasn't just protecting my tomb. It was part of a larger network, a web of magic that Merlin created to keep certain things contained. When I woke, the web started fraying." "What kinds of things?" Morgana looked at him, and for the first time, Harry saw something like fear in her ancient eyes. "The kind of things that make your Dark Lord look like a child throwing tantrums. The kind of things that even Merlin was afraid of." She set down the scroll. "But that's a problem for later. For now, we focus on you, on making you strong enough to survive what's coming." "Okay." Harry stepped closer to the table, looking at the assembled materials. "Where do we start?" Morgana smiled, and this time it was all teeth. "At the beginning. Tell me, Harry Potter, what do you know about the nature of magic itself? It's energy?" Power that wizards can channel through wands. Wrong. Morgana picked up one of the books and tossed it to him. He caught it reflexively. Magic isn't energy. Magic is language. The universe speaks, and those with the gift can hear it. What you call spells are just you learning to speak back. Harry looked at the book in his hands. The cover was blank, worn leather that felt warm against his skin. And you're going to teach me how to speak? I'm going to teach you how to sing. Morgana's golden eyes gleamed in the floating light. By the time I'm done with you, the universe itself will listen when you talk. Harry opened the book. The first page was blank. The second page said, in elegant script that seemed to shift as he watched, Lesson 1, Unlearning Everything You Know. Okay, Harry said, feeling a grin spread across his face despite everything. Let's do this. Outside the tomb, beneath the forbidden forest, something ancient stirred in the darkness and began to dream of freedom. And in the sky above Hogwarts, unseen by any human eye, a star that had been dark for 1,000 years flickered once and went bright. Chapter 2. The terms of alliance. Harry's wand exploded. Not dramatically, no shower of sparks or burst of flame. 1 second he was holding it, trying to cast the simplest spell Morgana had shown him, and the next it was 3 pieces of holly scattered across the chamber floor. That's the 4th one this week, Harry said, staring at the remains. Ollivander's going to think I'm eating them. You're fighting yourself. Morgana didn't look up from the text she was studying. Sprawled across a conjured chaise like she'd been born there. The wand channels your magic through artificial constraints. When you try to cast without those constraints, the wood can't handle the contradiction. So I need a new wand every time I practice? You need to stop using a wand entirely. Morgana set down the scroll and finally gave him her full attention. Wands are training wheels. Useful for children learning to walk, dangerous for adults trying to run. Your magic is strong enough to work without a focus. You just need to trust it. Harry looked at his empty hand. 3 weeks of nightly lessons, and he'd made exactly 0 progress on wandless casting. Oh, he'd learned other things. Magical theory that made his Hogwarts education look like finger painting, history that contradicted everything he'd been taught, Mad-Ion techniques that supposedly helped him sense the flow of magic around him. But the actual doing part kept failing spectacularly. Easy for you to say. You've had 1,000 years to figure this out. I had it figured out before Merlin sealed me away. Morgana stood and crossed to him, her bare feet silent on the stone floor. She'd abandoned her ancient robes a week ago in favor of conjured modern clothes. Dark jeans, a green sweater that matched her old formal wear, boots that looked like they cost more than the Dursleys' car. She said the old robes drew too much attention when she ventured outside the tomb to scout, but Harry suspected she just liked the change. The problem isn't your ability. It's your belief. I believe I can do it. You believe you should be able to do it. That's different. Morgana stopped in front of him, close enough that he could see the gold flecks in her eyes. You've been taught your whole life that magic requires tools. Wands, potions, rituals, rules. Breaking that conditioning takes more than 3 weeks. Then what do I do? Stop thinking about it as magic. Morgana held up her hand, and light gathered in her palm. Not wand light, not spell light, just pure luminescence that seemed to come from nowhere. This isn't a spell. I'm not casting anything. I'm just asking. And the world answers because we have an understanding. Harry watched the light dance between her fingers. An understanding? Magic isn't a tool you use. It's a relationship you build. The light faded, and Morgana lowered her hand. You've been treating it like a servant. Give the right command, get the right result. But magic is older than language, older than thought. It doesn't obey commands. It responds to intent. So I need to ask nicely? Morgana laughed, the sound bright in the underground chamber. 3 weeks, and Harry still wasn't used to how human she could seem. The history books painted her as a monster, a seductress, a destroyer of kingdoms. But the woman in front of him was just a person, brilliant and ancient and powerful beyond measure, but still capable of laughing at a teenager's bad jokes. Something like that. She reached out and took his hand, the one that still bore faint scars from Umbridge's quill. Try again. But this time don't think about the spell. Think about what you want to happen and why you want it. What I want to happen is light. Why? Harry blinked. Because I need to see. Do you? The chamber is already lit. Morgana gestured at the floating orbs she'd created weeks ago, still burning steady. You don't need light. So why are you trying to create it? Because you told me to. Wrong answer. Morgana released his hand and stepped back. Try again. Why do you want to create light? Harry thought about it. Really thought the way Morgana had been teaching him to think. Not just surface reasoning, but the deeper motivations underneath. Why light? Why that specific magic? Because I spent 10 years in the dark, he said slowly, the words surprising him as they came out. Cupboard under the stairs. No windows, no lamp, just darkness whenever my aunt and uncle decided I'd been too freakish. And then I came to Hogwarts and learned I could make light whenever I wanted. And it was... He trailed off. It was freedom. Morgana's voice was soft. Light means you're not trapped anymore. You can see the walls closing in, and more importantly, you can see the way out. Yeah. Harry's throat felt tight. Something like that. Then don't cast a spell. Don't think about wands or incantations or magical theory. Morgana moved behind him, her hands settling on his shoulders. Think about what light means to you, what it feels like to push back the darkness, and then ask for it. Harry closed his eyes, focused on the memory, the cupboard, the darkness, the smell of dust and cleaning supplies and despair. And then Hagrid breaking down the door, telling him he was a wizard, showing him a world where he didn't have to be small and scared and alone. I want light, he thought, not a spell, not magic, just the simple, desperate desire to not be in the dark anymore. His hand grew warm. Open your eyes. Harry looked down. Light poured from his palm like water, golden and steady, brighter than any lumos he'd ever cast. It didn't flicker or fade. It just existed, answering a need that went deeper than words. Holy shit, he breathed. Language. But Morgana was smiling when she stepped around to face him, genuine pleasure in her expression. You did it. First successful wandless casting in 22 days. It actually worked. Harry turned his hand over, watching the light play across his skin. It felt different from wand magic, less like using a tool, more like breathing. Why didn't you explain it like this before? Because you weren't ready to hear it before. Morgana plucked the light from his hand like picking a flower, examined it briefly, then tossed it into the air where it joined the other floating orbs. Trauma isn't usually the best teaching tool, but sometimes it's the most effective one. Your pain is part of you. Learning to channel it instead of suppress it, that's how you access real power. Is that how you do it? Channel your pain. Something flickered in Morgana's golden eyes. I've had 1,000 years of pain to channel. But yes, the things that hurt us the most also give us the most fuel. The trick is not letting the fuel consume you. Harry let his hand drop, the warmth fading slowly. How do you do that? Not let it consume you. You find something worth building instead of just destroying. Morgana walked back to the chaise and sat down, tucking her legs beneath her. I spent centuries dreaming of revenge. Everyone who'd wronged me, everyone who'd believed Merlin's lies, everyone who'd forgotten who I really was. And then you woke me up, and I realized that none of those people exist anymore. There's no one left to take revenge on. Is that good? It's clarifying. Morgana picked up her scroll again, but her eyes stayed on Harry. I can't change the past. I can't punish the dead. All I can do is build something new and hope it lasts longer than what came before. That's why I want to teach you, not just because you're my blood, but because you're the future. Whatever I create dies with me unless someone carries it forward. That's a lot of pressure to put on a 16-year-old. You've been carrying the fate of the wizarding world since you were a baby. At least my expectations come with an education. Harry laughed despite himself. That was the thing about Morgana. She never let him wallow. Every time he started sliding towards self-pity, she said something that yanked him back to reality. It was refreshing in a weird way. Everyone else in his life either coddled him or condemned him. Morgana just treated him like a person who could handle the truth. Fair point. He walked over and dropped onto the other end of the chaise, careful not to knock her scroll. So what's the next lesson? More wandless casting. Eventually. But first, we need to discuss something important. Morgana set down the scroll and turned to face him fully. You've been coming here every night for 3 weeks. Your friends have noticed. Harry's stomach tightened. They haven't said anything. The girl has. Hermione, yes? She's been asking questions around the school, trying to figure out where you're disappearing to. How do you know that? I've been watching. Morgana's tone was matter-of-fact, not apologetic. Not constantly, but enough to understand the political landscape of your life. The bushy-haired girl is worried about you. The red-haired boy is jealous of your secrets. And the old man with the beard is starting to wonder if his weapon is slipping the leash. Dumbledore isn't. Harry stopped, forced himself to finish the sentence honestly. Okay, he's exactly that. But he's also fighting Voldemort. We're on the same side. Are you? Morgana's eyes never left his face. What happens when Voldemort is defeated? Do you think Dumbledore will just let you go? A wizard of your power, trained by him, loyal to his cause? He'll find another enemy for you to fight. Another war to die in. That's what men like him do. They use people until there's nothing left to use. You don't know him. I knew Merlin. They're the same type. Morgana stood abruptly, restless energy in every line of her body. Brilliant, charismatic, absolutely certain they know what's best for everyone else. Merlin manipulated Arthur for years, convinced him that every war, every death, every sacrifice was necessary for the greater good. And Arthur believed him, right up until the moment Merlin's greater good required Arthur's death. Harry was quiet for a moment. What happened? To Arthur, the real story. He found out the truth. Morgana walked to the far wall, her back to Harry. About Merlin's plans. About the things Merlin had done to secure his power. Arthur confronted him, and Merlin decided that a dead king was easier to control than a living one. She turned around, and her face was a mask. Mordred was a patsy, a convenient villain to blame for Merlin's assassination. The real killer was the man Arthur trusted most. And you? I tried to warn Arthur. Tried to show him what Merlin really was. Morgana's laugh was bitter. For my trouble, I was branded a traitor and a seductress. Merlin told everyone I'd bewitched Arthur, turned him against his advisors, tried to steal the throne for myself. By the time he sealed me in this tomb, my name was already a curse word. Harry thought about his own reputation, the prophet calling him a liar, the ministry painting him as unstable, the whole wizarding world deciding who he was without ever bothering to ask. I'm sorry, he said quietly. That's not. No one should have to go through that. It was 1,000 years ago. Morgana's voice softened. But thank you. It's strange having someone believe me. I'd forgotten what that felt like. I know exactly what you mean. They shared a moment of understanding. Two people who'd been defined by lies, finding each other in the wreckage. Then Morgana shook her head, visibly pulling herself back to the present. The point is, you need to be careful. Your Dumbledore may not be Merlin, but he's cut from the same cloth. And your friends, if they discover what you're doing here, they'll tell him. Out of concern, out of loyalty. But the result will be the same. Hermione wouldn't. Hermione would do anything to protect you, including betraying your secrets if she thought it was for your own good. Morgana crossed back to him, standing over where he sat. I'm not saying you should abandon them, but you need to decide what you're going to tell them and when, before they decide for you. Harry stared at the floor, mind racing. She was right, of course she was right, but the thought of lying to Hermione and Ron made something in his chest ache. They'd been through everything together. How could he just keep this from them? What would you suggest? A partial truth. Morgana sat down again, closer this time. Tell them you've found something. A way to train yourself outside the Ministry's control. Make it clear that you're not in danger, that you're choosing this, but that you can't explain everything yet. Give them enough to satisfy their worry without exposing what's actually happening. And if they ask who's training me, tell them it's a secret you're not ready to share. They'll be hurt, but they'll accept it. Real friends give you space to have your own journey, even when it scares them. Harry rubbed his face with both hands. This is going to suck. Yes, but it's better than the alternative. Morgana's hand found his knee, a brief touch of reassurance. You've been alone in your secrets for too long, Harry. I'm not asking you to push away the people who love you. I'm asking you to protect them and yourself by controlling what they know and when. Is that what you did? With your people? I didn't have people. By the end, Merlin had turned everyone against me. Morgana withdrew her hand. Don't make my mistakes. Keep your friends close, even if you have to keep some truths closer. Harry nodded slowly. Okay, I'll talk to them. Tomorrow. Good. Morgana stood and extended her hand to help him up. Now, let's see if you can recreate that wandless light before you have to leave. The conversation with Hermione didn't go the way Harry planned. He'd expected questions, suspicion, maybe some hurt feelings that he'd been hiding things. What he got instead was Hermione waiting for him in the common room at 3 a.m, a stack of books beside her and an expression that could only be described as nuclear. Sit down. Harry sat. I know where you've been going. Hermione's voice was low and tight, controlled in the way that meant she was barely holding back an explosion. I followed you last week. Used a tracking charm on your cloak. Hermione, don't. She held up a hand, cutting him off. Don't lie to me. Don't deflect. Don't tell me it's for my own protection. Just tell me the truth. What is in that tomb, and why have you been visiting it every night? Harry's heart was racing. He'd known this was coming, but he'd expected more time to prepare, to figure out what to say. But Hermione's eyes were burning holes in him, and he realized suddenly that more lies would break something between them that might never heal. Morgana Le Fay, he said quietly. I found Morgana Le Fay's tomb. She's not dead, and she's been teaching me. The silence stretched for what felt like hours. Hermione's face went through a complicated series of expressions. Disbelief, confusion, fear, and something that might have been horrified fascination. That's not possible, she finally said. Morgana Le Fay died in the 6th century. There's no magic that could preserve someone for stasis. Some kind of magical stasis. Harry leaned forward, hands clasped between his knees. Merlin sealed her instead of killing her. She's been aware but paralyzed for 1,500 years. And when I touched the door, the seal recognized my blood and let me through. Your blood. I'm apparently her descendant. The Potters somewhere way back. The seal was keyed to her bloodline. Hermione's hands were shaking. She clasped them together in her lap, visibly trying to process. Harry, do you understand what you're saying? Morgana Le Fay she was a dark witch. She tried to destroy Camelot. She didn't. Harry cut her off, firmer than he'd intended. That's Merlin's version. The real story is different. And you believe her? A woman you've known for 3 weeks. I believe what I've seen. Harry stood up, restless, pacing the length of the fireplace. She's not what the stories say, Hermione. She's not evil. She's someone who got blamed for things she didn't do. Sound familiar? Hermione flinched. That's not fair. Isn't it? Harry turned to face her. For a year, you believed everything the prophets said about me. Everything Umbridge said. You doubted me just like everyone else because the official story said I was lying. And then you found out the truth and you apologized and we moved on. Why is it so hard to believe that maybe the official story about Morgana is wrong too? Because the official story about you was 1 year old. Hermione's voice rose, sharp with frustration. The story about Morgana is 15 centuries. It's in every magical history book ever written. You can't just decide that all of recorded history is a lie because some woman in a tomb told you so. I'm not deciding anything. I'm questioning. Harry forced himself to take a breath, to calm down. That's what you taught me, remember? Don't accept things at face value. Research, investigate, find the primary sources. And have you found primary sources? Morgana is a primary source. She was there. She's also the defendant. Hermione stood up, matching his agitation. You can't just take her word for it. That's not how historical research works. Then help me do it right. Harry stepped toward her, hands out in a gesture of pleading. Come with me. Meet her. Ask your questions. And if you still think she's lying after that, I'll reconsider. Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. He could see the war playing out behind her eyes, the part that wanted to protect him fighting the part that wanted to understand. The scholar battling the friend. This is insane, she said finally. You're asking me to meet a legendary dark witch in a hidden tomb beneath the forbidden forest. Do you hear how that sounds? I know how it sounds, but I'm asking anyway. Harry held her gaze. Please, Hermione, I can't do this alone. I need someone I trust to tell me if I'm making a mistake. The silence stretched out again. Then Hermione let out a long breath and nodded. Just once. Fine, I'll meet her. But I'm bringing my wand, and if anything seems off, anything at all, we're leaving immediately and going to McGonagall. Fair enough. And you're telling me everything. No more secrets. No more disappearing without explanation. If we're doing this, we're doing it together. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Deal. Good. Hermione grabbed her cloak from the back of the chair. When do we go? Now? Why not? I wasn't going to sleep anyway. She shrugged the cloak over her shoulders and fixed him with a look that was equal parts exasperated and terrified. Lead the way, Harry. And if this gets us killed, I'm haunting you forever. Noted. The walk to the tomb was quiet. Hermione followed close behind Harry, her wand gripped tight, eyes darting at every shadow. The forbidden forest was different at night. Darker, more alive, full of sounds that could be anything from rustling leaves to approaching monsters. How did you even find this place? Hermione whispered. Detention with Hagrid. I was digging trenches and hit something that wasn't dirt. Harry ducked under a low branch, holding it so Hermione could pass. The door opened for me. I should have walked away. But you're you. Hermione's tone was dry, but not without affection. When has Harry Potter ever walked away from a mysterious door? Fair point. The entrance materialized out of the darkness. The same stone door Harry had found that first night, seamless and invisible to anyone who didn't know where to look. He pressed his hand to it, felt the seal's recognition, and stepped through. The tunnel down was exactly as he remembered, but Hermione's sharp intake of breath told him she was seeing it differently. She was cataloging everything, the angle of the stone, the faded symbols, the impossible depth of the construction. This is old, she murmured. Older than Hogwarts. Older than the Ministry. This is pre-Merlin, Harry said. According to Morgana, anyway. That's not even supposed to be possible. The magical historical record only goes back to the winners write history, Hermione. Morgana's been saying that a lot. They emerged into the main chamber, and Hermione stopped dead. Morgana was waiting for them. She'd clearly prepared for the visit. The floating lights were brighter than usual, the space was immaculately clean, and she'd changed into something that looked almost formal. Dark robes this time, green and silver embroidery. Her black hair pulled back in an elaborate style that Harry had never seen before. The scholar, Morgana said, golden eyes fixing on Hermione with obvious interest. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Hermione's wand came up. Stay back. Hermione, Harry started. It's fine. Morgana didn't move, her hands clasped calmly in front of her. She's right to be cautious. I am, after all, supposed to be the villain of the story. You're supposed to be dead. Hermione's voice was steady, but Harry could see her hands trembling. Morgana Le Fay died at the Battle of Camlin. It's in every chronicle of the period. Chronicles written by Merlin's followers. Morgana tilted her head slightly. Tell me, Miss Granger, How many primary sources from the 6th century have you actually read? Not summaries, not interpretations. The original documents. The originals don't exist. They were lost during the... They weren't lost. They were destroyed. Morgana spread her hands, a gesture that encompassed the chamber. Merlin was thorough. Every text that contradicted his version, every witness who might have told a different story, gone. By the time he was done, the lie was all that remained. Hermione's jaw tightened. That's exactly what you'd say if you were lying. Yes, it is. Morgana smiled, and there was something like approval in it. You're smart. Good. Harry needs smart people around him. She walked toward them slowly, hands still visible, and Hermione's wand tracked her every movement. I'm not going to try to convince you I'm good. Good and evil are children's categories. Useful for fairy tales, useless for real life. What I am is complicated. What I am is angry. And what I am is willing to help Harry become strong enough to survive what's coming. What's coming? War. Morgana stopped a few feet away, close enough to speak quietly but not close enough to trigger Hermione's defensive instincts. Your Voldemort is gathering power. The Ministry is rotting from within. And something older than both of them is stirring. Something that my awakening has disturbed. Harry is going to be in the center of all of it whether he likes it or not. I'd rather he be prepared. And what do you get out of this? Hermione's voice was sharp. No one helps for free. What's your angle? An heir. Morgana's golden eyes found Harry's. My bloodline survives in him. My knowledge can survive too, if he's willing to carry it. Everything I learned, everything I built, it doesn't have to die with me. That's worth more than any material payment. Hermione lowered her wand slightly. Not fully, but enough. You want him to be your legacy. I want him to be his own person, with access to tools that no one else will give him. What he does with those tools is his choice. Morgana turned to face Harry directly. I've told you this before, but I'll say it again for your friend's benefit. I will never force you to do anything. I will never ask you to betray your principles. I will teach you, advise you, fight beside you if necessary. But the moment you want to walk away, you walk away. No tricks, no binding contracts, no manipulation. That's surprisingly reasonable, Hermione admitted reluctantly. I'm not Merlin. Morgana's voice carried an edge. I don't play with people's minds and call it protection. If Harry serves my purposes, it's because he chose to, with full knowledge of what he was choosing. Harry watched the two women face off. Hermione suspicious and sharp, Morgana calm and ancient, and felt something settle in his chest. This was what he'd needed. Someone to question, to challenge, to make sure he wasn't walking into disaster with his eyes closed. She's been teaching me wandless magic, he said, breaking the tension. Real magic, not the watered-down stuff they teach at Hogwarts. It's working, Hermione. I made light without a wand last night. Hermione's eyes widened. Wandless casting? But that's incredibly advanced. Most adult wizards can't. Most adult wizards have been trained wrong. Morgana walked past them to the table of books and scrolls, her formal manner relaxing slightly. They've been taught that magic requires tools, that power has limits, that some knowledge is forbidden. Unlearn those lies, and you'd be surprised what's possible. That sounds like exactly what a dark witch would say to seduce someone to evil. Yes, it does. Morgana picked up a book and tossed it to Hermione, who caught it reflexively. Read that. It's a treatise on magical theory from before Merlin's reforms. Then tell me if anything in it seems evil. Hermione looked at the book in her hands. Old leather, blank cover. The same format Harry had been studying for weeks. This could be anything. Could be cursed. It's not. But you're right to be cautious. A good researcher always verifies her sources. Morgana smiled, and it reached her eyes. Take it back to Hogwarts. Study it on your own terms. If you find anything dangerous, burn it and never come back. But if you find what I think you'll find, she trailed off meaningfully. What do you think I'll find? Truth. The kind that makes you question everything you've been taught. Morgana's expression softened slightly. I know what it's like to love knowledge, Miss Granger. To need answers the way other people need air. That book won't give you all the answers, but it might give you better questions. Hermione stared at her for a long moment, then looked at Harry. You trust her. I'm starting to. Harry met her eyes steadily. I know it's crazy. I know it sounds like I've lost my mind. But she's the first person who's ever treated me like I'm capable of making my own decisions. That's worth something. It's worth something, Hermione agreed slowly. It's not worth everything. I know. That's why I wanted you here. To keep me honest. Hermione looked at the book again, then at Morgana, then back at Harry. Something shifted in her expression. Not trust, not yet, but the beginning of something that might become trust eventually. Okay, she said finally. I'll read the book. I'll keep coming back, asking questions, making sure you're not being manipulated. And if I find anything at all, that suggests this is a trap, then we deal with it together, Harry finished. Like always. Hermione nodded, and some of the tension bled out of her shoulders. Like always. Morgana watched the exchange with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Something between satisfaction and wistfulness. Like she was watching something she'd lost a long time ago. It's late, she said quietly. You both should get back before someone notices you're gone. Harry. Same time tomorrow night. Same time. Good. And Miss Granger. Hermione looked up. Thank you. For being willing to listen. I know it cost you something, and I don't take that lightly. Hermione blinked, clearly surprised by the sincerity. You're welcome, I think. They left the tomb together, walking back through the forbidden forest as the first gray light of dawn crept through the trees. Neither of them spoke until they were almost to the castle. She's dangerous, Hermione said quietly. Whatever she is, whatever she's really planning, she's dangerous. I know, but she's also... Hermione struggled for the word. Honest, I think. In a way that Dumbledore isn't. She doesn't pretend to be good. She just is what she is. That's what I thought too. Hermione stopped walking and turned to face him. Harry, I need you to promise me something. What? If this goes wrong, if you start feeling like you're losing yourself, like you're becoming something you don't recognize, tell me. Don't try to handle it alone. Promise me. Harry looked at his best friend, at the fear and love warring in her eyes, and felt a surge of gratitude so strong it almost hurt. I promise. Good. Hermione started walking again. Now let's get inside before Filch catches us. I am not explaining this to anyone. The following week passed in a blur of classes, training, and careful avoidance. Harry went to lessons, did his homework, suffered through Umbridge's detentions, less frequently now that McGonagall was watching, and spent every night in the tomb learning things that made his formal education look like crayon drawings. Hermione came with him twice more. She didn't participate in the training, but she watched, asked questions, and devoured every book Morgana gave her with the intensity of someone who'd found a new obsession. She was still suspicious. Harry could see it in the way she analyzed every word Morgana said, but she was also fascinated, and that fascination was slowly winning out over fear. Ron was a different problem. You've been weird lately. Ron dropped into the seat across from Harry at breakfast, his expression somewhere between hurt and accusatory. You and Hermione both. Sneaking around, whispering about stuff, looking at me like I'm not supposed to know what's going on. Ron. Don't Ron me. He grabbed a piece of toast and ripped into it with more force than necessary. We're supposed to be friends, Harry. All three of us. And lately it feels like you and Hermione are off having adventures and I'm just... here. Harry's stomach sank. He'd known this was coming. Known that Ron wouldn't accept being left out forever. But he'd been hoping for more time. It's complicated, he said carefully. It's always complicated. Ron's voice was bitter. Everything with you is complicated. But that never stopped you from telling me before. This is different. Why? Because I'm not smart enough? Not good enough to handle whatever big secret you're keeping? No. Harry leaned forward, keeping his voice low. It's not about you being good enough, Ron. It's about protection. The less you know, the safer you are. Bollocks. Ron shoved his plate away. That's what adults say when they don't trust you. I've heard it my whole life from Mum, from Dad, from every member of the Bloody Order. You're too young, Ron. It's too dangerous, Ron. Just stay here and let the grown-ups handle it. I thought you were different. Harry didn't have an answer for that, because Ron was right. He was using the same excuses that Dumbledore used, the same patronizing protection that had kept Harry in the dark for years. The hypocrisy tasted sour in his mouth. You want to know? Harry asked quietly. Really know? Even if it changes things. Ron's expression flickered, anger warring with curiosity. Yes, whatever it is, yes. Meet me tonight, after curfew. I'll show you. Ron stared at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Fine. Tonight. He grabbed his bag and left without another word, and Harry sat there feeling like he'd just made either the best or worst decision of his life. Morgana was not pleased. You told him? She paced the chamber, her usual composure cracked. After everything we discussed about controlling information, he's my best friend. Harry stood his ground, refusing to be intimidated. He deserves to know. And honestly, trying to keep secrets from Ron has never worked anyway. He always finds out, usually at the worst possible time. So you decided to accelerate the timeline. I decided to trust him. Harry crossed his arms. That's supposed to be the point, right? Making my own choices? Well, this is my choice. Morgana stopped pacing and turned to face him. Her golden eyes were hard, evaluating. And for a moment Harry saw the ancient power that lurked beneath her human facade. Then she laughed. You're right, she admitted, the tension bleeding out of her shoulders. I'm being a hypocrite, demanding you trust me while telling you not to trust anyone else. She shook her head. Old habits. When you've been betrayed as often as I have, paranoia becomes second nature. I get that, but Ron isn't a traitor. He's just Ron. Loyal to a fault, jealous sometimes, but when it matters, he's always there. And you're willing to bet our entire operation on that assessment? I'm willing to bet my friendship. Harry met her eyes steadily. If I'm wrong about Ron, I've got bigger problems than a compromised hiding spot. Morgana studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Very well, bring him tonight, but I reserve the right to modify his memory if he proves unsuitable. No. Harry's voice was flat. No memory modifications. No mind magic. That's exactly the kind of thing Dumbledore would do, and I won't be part of it. Even if it means risking everything? Even then. Harry didn't waver. If I can't build this on a foundation of consent and trust, I don't want to build it at all. Something shifted in Morgana's expression. Surprise, maybe, or respect. You really mean that? I really do. Then we're more alike than I realized. Morgana walked to the table of books and picked up a scroll she'd been studying earlier. When I first started teaching, before Merlin, I had students who wanted power at any cost. They'd do anything, sacrifice anyone, to learn what I knew. I turned them away, everyone. Power without principles is just destruction with a fancy name. And you think I have principles? I think you're trying to find them. Morgana turned back to face him. Which is more than most people ever do. Very well, bring your friend. Let's see if the trust you place in him is justified. Ron's reaction to the tomb was about what Harry expected. Bloody hell, he breathed, staring around the chamber with wide eyes. This is real? You've actually been coming here every night. Every night for a month. Harry watched his friend's face, trying to read his expression. I know it's a lot to take in. A lot to Harry. This is Morgana Le Fay's tomb. Ron's voice cracked slightly. The Morgana Le Fay. From the legends. From every scary story my mum told me when I was little to make me behave. The legends aren't accurate. Morgana emerged from the shadows near the far wall, and Ron jumped so badly he almost drew his wand. But then, I don't suppose accuracy was ever the point. Ron stared at her, mouth hanging open, for what felt like a solid minute. Then he turned to Harry with an expression of pure bewilderment. "She's fit," he said blankly. "The legendary dark, which is actually fit." Harry choked on a laugh. Of all the reactions he'd expected, that was not one of them. Morgana's eyebrows rose. "I'm going to assume that's some sort of compliment." "He means you're attractive," Hermione supplied, stepping out from behind Harry where she'd been waiting. Ron has a tendency to state the obvious at inappropriate moments. "Oi!" Ron whirled to face her. "You knew about this? You've been... How long have you known?" "A few weeks." Hermione shrugged. "I wanted to tell you, but Harry insisted on waiting until the right moment." "The right?" Ron ran both hands through his hair, visibly struggling to process. "So you've both been sneaking around, learning dark magic from a legendary witch, and I've just been sitting in the common room like a pillock wondering why no one talks to me anymore?" "It's not dark magic," Harry said. "It's just magic. Old magic. The kind they don't teach at Hogwarts because the Ministry decided it was too dangerous." "Too dangerous for who?" "For them." Morgana walked closer, and Ron instinctively stepped back. She stopped, giving him space, her expression unreadable. "The Ministry fears what it cannot control, Mr. Weasley. And the magic I teach cannot be controlled, only learned, only mastered. It doesn't fit into neat categories or follow bureaucratic rules. That makes it threatening to those in power." Ron looked at Harry. "And you believe her? After everything we've been told?" "I believe what I've experienced." Harry held out his hand and concentrated, the way Morgana had taught him. Light bloomed from his palm, steady and bright. "I've done more real magic in the last month than I did in 5 years at Hogwarts." "That's not nothing." Ron stared at the wandless light, his expression shifting from suspicion to something like wonder. "You did that without a wand. First successful attempt was 3 weeks ago. Now I can do it every time." "Bloody hell." Ron reached out, almost touching the light, then pulled his hand back. That's actually incredible. It's just the beginning." Harry let the light fade. "There's so much more, Ron. History we were never taught, spells that were classified centuries ago, entire branches of magic that got erased because someone decided they were inconvenient. Morgana's been showing me all of it." "And what does she get out of it?" Ron's suspicion hadn't entirely faded. "No one does something for nothing. What's her angle?" "Legacy," Morgana answered before Harry could. "I have no children, no students, no heirs to carry what I know into the future. Harry is my blood, however distant. Teaching him means my knowledge doesn't die with me." "That's actually kind of sad." Ron frowned. 1,000 years of being the villain in every story, and all you want is for someone to remember the real you? Something like that. Morgana's voice was soft. "I won't pretend my motives are entirely selfless. I want revenge on the system Merlin built, and Harry is uniquely positioned to help me get it. But I also genuinely want to help him. Both things can be true." Ron looked at Hermione, then at Harry, then back at Morgana. The silence stretched out, heavy with uncertainty. "Okay," he said finally. "I'm in." Harry blinked. "Just like that. Just like that." Ron shrugged, a hint of his usual grin appearing. "Look, I followed you into a trapdoor guarded by a 3-headed dog, a chamber full of giant spiders, and a room where the actual ghost of Tom Riddle was trying to murder my sister. Learning magic from a legendary witch in a secret tomb? That's barely even top 5 on the list of crazy things I've done because of you." "He has a point," Hermione admitted reluctantly. "Besides," Ron continued, "if this is real, if you're really getting stronger, learning things that could help us win, then I want to be part of it. I'm tired of being the sidekick who's always 3 steps behind. If there's a chance to actually do something, I'm not passing it up." Harry felt something warm spread through his chest. He'd been so afraid of losing Ron, of the secrecy driving them apart. But here was his best friend, choosing to trust him even when everything seemed impossible. "Thanks, Ron. Don't get sappy." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. So, legendary witch, what can you teach me? Morgana's lips twitched. We'll start with the basics. Tell me, Mr. Weasley, what do you think magic actually is? It's power? Energy? The stuff that makes spells work? Wrong. Morgana smiled, showing teeth. Let's begin. The creature appeared 3 nights later. Harry was walking back from the tomb alone. Hermione had an early morning exam to study for, and Ron had fallen asleep during Madaon practice and been sent back to snore in peace. The Forbidden Forest was quiet, almost peaceful, the usual rustling and hooting muffled by a thin layer of frost. Then something screamed. Not a human scream. Something else. Something that made the hair on Harry's arms stand up and his wandless magic surge instinctively to the surface. He turned toward the sound, every nerve alert, and saw it. The thing was wrong. That was the only word for it. It looked like a deer, almost, but stretched in impossible directions. Its legs too long and jointed backward. Its head crowned with antlers that seemed to shift and multiply when he tried to count them. Its eyes were holes, not dark but absent, spaces where light refused to exist. And it was looking at him. Harry Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, resonant and ancient. Blood of the Fay. We have been waiting. Harry's hand came up, light gathering in his palm without conscious thought. What are you? We are what she sealed. The creature stepped closer, and reality seemed to bend around it. When the witch slept, we slept. When she woke, we woke. The barrier thins. The door opens. And we hunger. Stay back. We do not threaten. Not yet. We merely observe. The creature's head tilted at an angle that should have broken its neck. Tell the Fae, her debt is not forgotten. The Covenant remembers. And when the veil falls, we will collect what is owed. It vanished. 1 second it was there. The next it was gone, leaving only the impression of wrongness in the air and a cold that had nothing to do with temperature. Harry ran. He hit the tomb at full speed, nearly crashing into Morgana as she emerged from the shadows. I know, she said before he could speak. Her face was pale, her golden eyes wide with something that looked terrifyingly like fear. I felt it. After all this time, they've finally found me. What was that thing? What did it mean about a debt? Morgana was silent for a long moment. Then she took his hand, cold, trembling slightly, and led him back into the chamber. Sit down, she said quietly. There are things I haven't told you, things I hoped would stay buried. But the Covenant Keepers are awake now, which means we're out of time. She met his eyes, and for the first time since he'd known her, Morgana Le Fay looked afraid. It's time you learned what I really sealed in this tomb, and why some debts can never truly be paid. Chapter 3. Old Lies, New Truths. Morgana poured something amber into 2 glasses that hadn't existed a moment before. She handed one to Harry without asking if he wanted it. Drink. You'll need it for what comes next. Harry took a sip. The liquid burned going down, then spread warmth through his chest that pushed back the lingering cold from his encounter in the forest. What is this? Mead. My own recipe. Preserved for 15 centuries. Morgana sat across from him, cradling her own glass. I used to make it for Arthur's war councils. He said it was the only thing that made Merlin's lectures bearable. You're stalling. Yes. Morgana took a long drink. I am. Because what I'm about to tell you changes everything. And once it's said, there's no taking it back. Harry waited. The chamber felt different tonight. Heavier, older, like the weight of centuries was pressing down on the stone. The floating lights had dimmed to a soft amber glow that matched the mead. The creature you saw, Morgana finally said. It's called a Veil Walker. They're scouts, I suppose. Messengers for something much larger. The thing it mentioned. The Covenant. The Covenant Keepers. Morgana set down her glass and folded her hands in her lap. They're an order that predates Merlin, predates Camelot, predates any kingdom you'd recognize. Their purpose is simple. They maintain the barrier between our world and what lies beyond. Beyond. Other realms. Other dimensions. Other things. Morgana's golden eyes were distant, seeing something Harry couldn't. Most magical creatures, you know. Dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, they originated here, but some came from elsewhere, slipped through cracks in the barrier when it was weaker. The Covenant exists to keep those cracks sealed. Harry's mind flashed to the wrongness of the Veil Walker, the way reality had bent around it. And you broke the seal? When you woke up. Not broke, cracked. Morgana stood abruptly, pacing the way she did when she was agitated. My tomb wasn't just a prison. It was a lock. Merlin knew he couldn't kill me. My magic was tied to something fundamental, something that would have torn the barrier wide open if I died. So he sealed me instead and used my power to reinforce the veil. He turned you into a battery. Essentially. Her voice was bitter. 15 centuries of my life force, feeding a barrier I never agreed to maintain. And now that I'm awake, the power source is gone. The cracks are spreading. Harry processed this slowly. The creature said something about a debt. Morgana stopped pacing. Before Merlin sealed me, I made a deal. With the Covenant Keepers, with the entities beyond the veil, with forces I barely understood. I was desperate. Arthur was dead. My coven was scattered. Merlin was hunting me. I promised things I shouldn't have promised. What things? My service. My power. My bloodline. Morgana turned to face him, and her expression was haunted. I agreed to become a guardian of the veil, to help maintain the barrier for eternity in exchange for protection. But Merlin found me before I could fulfill the bargain. He sealed me away, and the Covenant waited. For you to wake up. For the debt to come due. Morgana crossed to him and knelt, bringing herself to his eye level. Harry, I need you to understand. When I made that deal, I had no heirs. No descendants. I thought my bloodline ended with me. But it didn't. Somehow, somewhere, my blood survived and passed down through generations until it reached you. The cold in Harry's chest had nothing to do with temperature. The debt extends to me. Potentially. The Covenant deals in blood and binding. If they decide to collect. Morgana's hand found his, cold fingers gripping tight. I didn't know. When I found you, when I realized what you were, I thought it was a miracle. A chance to pass on my knowledge, to have a legacy. I didn't think about the darker implications. Would it have changed anything? If you'd known. Morgana was silent for a long moment. I don't know. And that terrifies me more than anything else. Harry looked at their joined hands. Her pale skin against his brown. Her ancient magic thrumming against his younger power. He should be angry. Should feel betrayed, manipulated, used the same way Dumbledore had been using him for years. But what he actually felt was, okay. Morgana blinked. Okay. You made a bad deal 15 centuries ago when you were desperate and alone. The consequences are coming back now, and they might affect me. Harry squeezed her hand. Welcome to my entire life. This isn't a joke, Harry. The Covenant Keepers are dangerous. I got that. But so is Voldemort, and so is the Ministry, and so is whatever Dumbledore's really planning. Adding ancient dimensional guardians to the list of things trying to kill me isn't that big a change. Harry managed a crooked smile. At least you told me the truth. That's more than most people do. Morgana stared at him like she was seeing something she'd never seen before. You're remarkable. Do you know that? I'm practical. There's a difference. Harry stood, pulling her up with him. So what do we do? About the Covenant, the veil, all of it? We prepare. Morgana's composure was returning, her spine straightening. The Veil Walker was a warning, not an attack. The Covenant will send emissaries soon, actual keepers, not just scouts. They'll want to negotiate. Negotiate what? The terms of my debt. And yours, if they decide your blood qualifies. Morgana released his hand and walked to the table of books, pulling out a thick tome bound in something that looked disturbingly like skin. I have resources, knowledge, things I learned before Merlin sealed me away. If we're going to face the Covenant, we need to understand what we're dealing with. And if understanding isn't enough? Morgana looked at him over her shoulder, and her smile was sharp. Then we fight. It's what I've always done. This is what you've always done. Why should this be any different? Harry thought about it. About the Dursleys and Voldemort and Umbridge, about every battle he'd fought since he was 11 years old. He'd never had a choice before. Never had time to prepare, to plan, to actually understand what he was facing before it tried to kill him. This time was different. This time he had warning. "Teach me everything," he said. "Everything you know about the Covenant, the Veil, all of it. If they're coming for us, I want to be ready." Morgana's smile softened into something almost fond. "That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say." Dumbledore found him the next morning. Harry was heading to breakfast, still processing everything Morgana had told him, when the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office called out as he passed. "Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore requests your presence." Harry stopped. He hadn't been alone with Dumbledore since the start of term, had been actively avoiding any situation where the old man might corner him. But refusing a direct summons would raise more suspicions than accepting it. Fine. The spiral staircase carried him upward to the familiar office, cluttered with spinning silver instruments and portraits of sleeping headmasters. Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, Fawkes dozing on his perch, everything arranged to suggest casual welcome rather than interrogation. Harry wasn't fooled. "Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming." Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from him. "Lemon drop." "No thanks." Harry sat, keeping his posture relaxed even as every nerve screamed alert. "You wanted to see me?" "I wanted to check in." Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. "You've seemed different lately, more withdrawn. Your professors have noticed you're distracted in class, and your friends report that you've been keeping unusual hours." "My friends report?" Harry kept his voice neutral. "You've been asking about me?" "Concerned individuals have brought their worries to my attention." Dumbledore spread his hands. "Harry, you know I only want what's best for you. If something is troubling you, I hope you feel you can confide in me." The manipulation was so smooth, so practiced, that Harry might have missed it a month ago. But Morgana had taught him to listen beneath the words, to hear the power dynamics hidden in friendly concern. "I'm fine," Harry said. "Just stressed about OWLS and everything with Umbridge." "Ah yes, Professor Umbridge." Dumbledore's expression flickered briefly, something that might have been frustration, quickly hidden. "I'm aware the situation has been difficult. Professor McGonagall has informed me of certain concerns." "Then you know she's been using a blood quill on students." Harry held up his hand, the faint scars still visible. "And you haven't done anything about it." "My options are limited, Harry. The Ministry put a torturer in charge of children, and you're letting it happen because of politics." Harry's voice was flat. "I understand. I just wish you'd be honest about it instead of pretending your hands are tied." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression. The grandfatherly mask slipped for just a moment, revealing something sharper underneath. "You have changed." His voice was quieter now, assessing. "A month ago, you would have accepted that explanation. What's different?" "I've been thinking." Harry met his gaze steadily. "About everything. The prophecy, the war, my role in all of it. I'm tired of being kept in the dark." "The prophecy." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "You're curious about its full contents? I know you've been hiding things from me, important things. I'm asking you to stop." The silence stretched out. Fawkes ruffled his feathers sleepily. One of the silver instruments made a soft whirring sound. "Very well." Dumbledore stood and moved to a cabinet Harry had never seen him open. "I had hoped to wait until you were older, but perhaps you're right. Perhaps secrets have done more harm than good." He withdrew a stone basin covered in runes. A pensive, Harry realized, similar to the one he'd accidentally fallen into in fourth year. Dumbledore placed it on the desk between them and touched his wand to his temple, withdrawing a silvery strand of memory. "The full prophecy," he said quietly, letting the strand fall into the basin. "Made before your birth by Professor Trelawney. I've kept it from you because I believed the burden would be too heavy. But you deserve to know your fate. Harry looked at the swirling silver and felt something cold settle in his stomach. He'd wanted answers. He'd demanded honesty. But now that it was being offered, he wasn't sure he was ready. "Before I look," he said slowly, "tell me something. If I'd never asked, if I'd stayed quiet and obedient, would you have ever told me?" Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. "I don't know. That's the first honest thing you've said to me in 5 years." Harry leaned forward and plunged his face into the pensieve. The memory was familiar. Trelawney's dining room at the Hog's Head. Her voice strange and hollow as prophecy overtook her. But this time Harry heard the whole thing, every word that would define his existence. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. He emerged from the pensive, gasping, silver mist clinging to his face. Dumbledore was watching him with something that might have been sympathy. "Now you understand. One of us has to kill the other." Harry's voice was hollow. "There's no other option. The prophecy is clear. Neither can live while the other survives." Dumbledore folded his hands. "This is the burden I tried to protect you from, Harry. The knowledge that your destiny is death, yours or Voldemort's." Harry stared at the pensive, mind racing. The prophecy was real. The fate that had shaped his entire life was real. But something about Dumbledore's interpretation felt off, like a puzzle piece that almost fit but not quite. "The power the Dark Lord knows not," he said slowly. "What is that supposed to mean?" "Love." Dumbledore's voice was warm. "Your capacity for love, for connection, for sacrifice. These are the things Voldemort cannot understand, cannot counter. They're your greatest weapon. Love." Harry tasted the word. "You're telling me I'm supposed to defeat the most powerful dark wizard in history with love. I'm telling you that love has protected you before. Your mother's sacrifice, the protection in your blood. These things saved you as an infant. They can save you again." Harry looked at the old man across the desk, at the twinkling eyes and the benevolent smile, at the carefully constructed image of a wise mentor guiding his chosen hero. And for the first time he saw it clearly. "You don't actually have a plan, do you?" His voice was quiet. "All this time, all this secrecy, and your entire strategy is, Harry will figure it out when the time comes." Dumbledore's smile flickered. "Harry, no. I'm asking you directly. Do you have an actual plan for defeating Voldemort? Or are you just hoping my mysterious love powers will kick in at the right moment?" The silence was answer enough. "You've known the prophecy for 16 years. Harry stood, suddenly unable to sit still. "You've known that one of us has to die, that I'm the only one who can end this. And in all that time, your preparation was what? Letting me grow up with abusive relatives? Putting me in danger every year and seeing if I survived? Teaching me defensive magic that wouldn't stop a determined house elf. The path was unclear. The path was convenient." Harry's voice was rising now, anger building that he'd been suppressing for months. "Keeping me ignorant was easier than actually training me. Letting me stumble through was easier than preparing me for what's coming. You've been playing games with my life, and now you're surprised I'm not grateful for the scraps of truth you've finally decided to share? Harry, I understand you're upset. You don't understand anything." Harry turned to face him fully. "You've never understood. I'm not your weapon. I'm not your chosen one. I'm a person, and you've been treating me like a tool my entire life. That ends now." Dumbledore stood slowly, and for a moment, Harry saw something dangerous in those blue eyes. Not threat exactly, but power, vast and ancient and carefully controlled. "Be careful, Harry." His voice was soft. "The path you're walking is darker than you know. If you turn away from the light—" "The light?" Harry laughed, and it was bitter. "You mean the light that let Sirius rot in Azkaban for 12 years? The light that ignored every warning about Voldemort's return? The light that put Dolores Umbridge in charge of children?" He shook his head. Your light is just darkness with better PR. At least the dark is honest about what it is. You sound like him. Dumbledore's voice was barely above a whisper. Like Tom. The same arguments, the same certainty. Then maybe Tom had a point. Harry headed for the door. Done with this conversation. Done with this man. Thanks for the prophecy. At least now I know exactly how little you've been doing to help. He was halfway down the spiral staircase before Dumbledore's voice caught him. Harry. The old man stood in the doorway of his office, and for the first time, he looked every one of his 100+ years. Whatever you're involved in, whatever secrets you're keeping, please be careful. The darkness has a way of consuming those who think they can control it. Harry looked back at him, at the greatest wizard of the age, reduced to warnings and platitudes. I'll take that under advisement. He walked away without looking back. Hermione found him in the room of requirement an hour later. The room had configured itself into something simple. A comfortable chair, a fireplace, walls lined with books he had no intention of reading. Harry sat staring at the flames, Dumbledore's words echoing in his head alongside the prophecy's cold decree. Neither can live while the other survives. Harry! Hermione approached carefully, like she was approaching a wounded animal. Ron said you missed lunch. Are you okay? Dumbledore told me the prophecy. Harry didn't look away from the fire. The whole thing. Hermione sat down on the floor beside his chair, her presence warm and solid. What does it say? One of us has to kill the other. Me or Voldemort. There's no other ending. Harry finally turned to meet her eyes. I've always known I'd have to face him eventually, but this is different. This is fate. Destiny. No way out. There's always a way out. Hermione's voice was fierce. Prophecies aren't absolute. Even divination texts say they're subject to interpretation. Dumbledore doesn't think so. He's convinced the only way this ends is with one of us dead. Harry rubbed his face. The worst part is he doesn't even have a plan. All these years of secrecy. And his grand strategy is basically, love will find a way. That's... Hermione stopped, visibly recalibrating. That's not a strategy. That's a platitude. That's what I said. Harry laughed hollowly. I actually yelled at him, Hermione. Told him off for treating me like a weapon instead of a person. He looked at me like I'd grown a second head. Good. Hermione's jaw was set. Someone needed to say it. The way he's handled everything this year, the way he's handled you, it's not acceptable. He warned me about the darkness. Harry stared back at the fire. Said I sounded like Voldemort. Like Tom Riddle. You're nothing like Voldemort. How do you know? I've got his blood in me, not literally, but the connection, the link. I speak Parseltongue. I can feel his emotions sometimes. What if? He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. What if what? Hermione took his hand, forcing him to look at her. Harry, listen to me. You are not defined by a prophecy. You are not defined by a connection you never asked for. You're defined by your choices, your actions, the person you decide to be. And that person is someone who saves people, who protects his friends, who fights against evil even when it's terrifying and impossible. I'm also someone who's learning magic from Morgana Le Fay in a secret tomb. Harry managed a weak smile. Pretty sure Dumbledore would consider that a step toward the dark side. Maybe. Hermione squeezed his hand. Or maybe the dark side is just more complicated than he wants to admit. Morgana isn't evil, Harry. I've spent weeks reading her texts, asking her questions. She's ruthless, yes. Dangerous, absolutely. But evil? Hermione shook her head. Evil doesn't offer choices. Evil doesn't teach and then step back to let you decide. Morgana's been more respectful of your autonomy than Dumbledore ever has. That's a low bar. It's still a bar that most people in your life fail to clear. Hermione shifted to sit on the arm of his chair, close enough that their shoulders touched. I'm not saying trust her blindly. I'm not saying the Covenant situation isn't terrifying. I'm saying that whatever happens, you're not alone. Ron and I, we're with you, whatever path you choose. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Even if that path leads somewhere scary? Especially then. Hermione's smile was small but real. Someone has to keep you from doing anything too stupid. Might as well be me. They sat in silence for a while, watching the fire crackle. Harry's mind was still churning. Prophecies and debts and ancient powers pressing in from all sides. But the weight felt slightly more bearable with Hermione beside him. I need to tell Morgana about the prophecy, he finally said. She should know what I'm supposedly destined for. Do you want me to come with you? Tonight, yeah. And Ron, if he's up for it. Harry stood, pulling Hermione up with him. We need to talk about the Covenant anyway. Figure out what we're actually dealing with. Ron mentioned the Veil Walker. Hermione's expression was grim. He said it was wrong, like reality itself rejected its presence. That's about right. Harry headed for the door, Hermione falling into step beside him. Morgana called them scouts. Said the real Covenant keepers would come soon to negotiate. Negotiate what? Her debt. My involvement. Probably whether they should just kill us both to seal the veil properly. Harry's voice was dry. Should be a fun conversation. They emerged into the 7th floor corridor just as the sunset light started painting the windows gold. Somewhere below, students were heading to dinner, laughing about homework and Quidditch and all the normal concerns that felt impossibly distant from Harry's current reality. Harry! Hermione caught his arm before they could start toward Gryffindor Tower. Whatever happens with the Covenant, with Voldemort, with all of it, promise me something. What? Promise you'll let us help. Really help. Not just stand around while you do everything yourself. Her brown eyes were fierce. We're in this together. All of us. Harry thought about the prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives, and the cold certainty that someday it would come down to him and Voldemort alone. No friends, no allies, just two wizards and a destiny neither of them chose. But that day wasn't today. And until it came, he didn't have to face anything alone. I promise. The tomb felt different that night. Harry noticed it immediately. A tension in the air, a weight that hadn't been there before. Morgana was waiting for them in the main chamber, but she wasn't alone. Two figures stood in the shadows behind her, motionless as statues. We have visitors, Morgana said before Harry could draw his wandless magic. Don't attack. They came to talk. The figures stepped forward into the light, and Harry's breath caught. They were human or had been once. A man and a woman, tall and pale, wearing robes that seemed to shift between colors depending on the angle. Their eyes were solid silver. No pupils, no irises, just endless metallic depths. Harry Potter, the man said. His voice was layered, like multiple people speaking in unison. Blood of the Fay. We represent the Covenant. The negotiations begin sooner than I expected, Morgana said quietly. Harry, Hermione, Ron meet Aldrich and Seraphina Vane, twin guardians of the Western Vale. Guardians. Ron's voice was strangled. Those are guardians? We take many forms. The woman, Seraphina, tilted her head in a gesture that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the Veil Walker. This one was chosen for communication. You prefer speech to sensation. I prefer not having my brain melted, yeah? Noted. Seraphina's lips curved in something that might have been a smile. The Covenant appreciates directness. Aldrich stepped forward, and even though his movement was perfectly human, something about it set Harry's teeth on edge. We are here to discuss terms. The Fay's awakening has accelerated the deterioration of the Veil. Without intervention, the barrier will fail within 2 solar cycles. 2 years. Hermione's voice was sharp. The Veil is going to collapse in 2 years? At current rate of decay, the process could accelerate. Aldrich's silver eyes fixed on Morgana. Your power sustained the barrier for 15 centuries. Without it, the structure cannot hold. Then seal me again. Morgana's voice was steady. If my imprisonment is what's needed. Insufficient. Seraphina shook her head. The damage is done. Resealing you would slow the decay, not stop it. The Veil requires active repair, not passive maintenance. What kind of repair? Harry stepped forward, inserting himself into the conversation. What exactly are you asking for? The twins turned to look at him in unison, and the weight of their combined attention was almost physical. The original bargain, Aldrich said. Morgana Le Fay agreed to serve as a guardian of the veil, to use her power actively in its maintenance, to hunt the things that slip through the cracks, to stand between worlds until her debt was paid. She was sealed before she could fulfill that bargain, Serafina continued. The debt remains. Interest has accrued. The terms must be renegotiated. Renegotiated how? Hermione asked. The Fae's power alone is no longer sufficient. The damage is too extensive, the cracks too numerous. Aldrich's silver gaze shifted to Harry. But her blood persists. Her heir stands before us, young and untrained but powerful. If both were to serve, you want me to join your little guardians club? Harry's voice was flat. Spend my life hunting dimensional monsters. We want the veil to survive. Serafina's tone was patient, almost gentle. The alternative is catastrophic. The things beyond the barrier, they do not merely kill. They consume. Realities unmade, existence itself unwritten. Your Dark Lord, your prophecy, your petty mortal conflicts. All of it becomes meaningless if the veil falls. She's not exaggerating, Morgana said quietly. I've seen what's on the other side. Felt it pressing against the barrier even while I was sealed. The Archon alone could devour this world in days. The Archon. Ron's face had gone pale. What's an Archon? The reason the Covenant exists. Aldrich's voice was grim. The entity we imprisoned when the veil was first created. It has been scratching at the walls for millennia, and now it senses weakness. If the barrier fails, it will be the first through. Harry looked at Morgana, trying to read her expression. She told him about the Covenant, about her debt. But this, the scope of it, the stakes, was bigger than anything she'd suggested. You knew, he said quietly, about the Archon, about how bad things really were. I knew. Morgana didn't flinch from his gaze. I didn't tell you because I hoped the Covenant would stay dormant, that we'd have time to prepare before the negotiations began. And now we don't have time. Now we don't have time. Harry turned back to the twin guardians. What exactly would this service involve? If Morgana and I agreed to help, what would we have to do? Aldrich and Serafina exchanged a look that seemed to carry entire conversations. Training, Aldrich said finally. In arts your mortal schools do not teach. The manipulation of dimensional energies, the binding of entities, the repair of reality itself. Hunting, Serafina added. When things slip through the cracks, someone must deal with them. The Covenant has been stretched thin for centuries. Fresh blood would be welcome. And sacrifice. Aldrich's voice was heavy. The work is dangerous. Covenant keepers do not live long lives, even by mortal standards. The things we face take their toll. So you're asking us to sign up for a lifetime of monster hunting that will probably kill us. Ron's voice was strangled. Great. Fantastic. Where do I sign? Your service is not required. Serafina's attention stayed on Harry and Morgana. The blood debt binds them. You are merely adjacent. They're my friends. Harry's voice was hard. If I'm signing up for this, they're part of the conversation. Noted. Aldrich inclined his head slightly. The Covenant does not demand immediate answers. We offer terms, you consider them. But understand, the veil deteriorates regardless of your decision. Without intervention, the collapse is inevitable. How long do we have to decide? The next full moon. 28 days. Serafina stepped back, and shadows began to gather around her. Use the time wisely. Prepare yourselves for what comes, whatever you choose. One more thing. Harry stepped forward before they could vanish. The Veil Walker that found me in the forest. It mentioned something about collecting what's owed. If we don't agree to your terms, what happens? The twins exchanged another look. The debt must be paid, Aldrich said quietly. One way or another. If you refuse service, the Covenant will collect what it's owed by other means. You'll kill us. We will do what is necessary to preserve the veil. Seraphina's voice held no malice, only absolute certainty. That is our purpose. Our only purpose. Everything else, your lives, your desires, your mortal concerns, is secondary. They dissolved into shadow without another word, leaving Harry, Morgana, Hermione, and Ron alone in the chamber. The silence stretched for a long moment. Well, Ron said finally, that was terrifying. 28 days. Hermione's voice was steady, but Harry could see her hands shaking. We have 28 days to decide whether we want to become interdimensional monster hunters or... What? Die? Have our souls collected. I don't think they'd kill us, Morgana said slowly. The blood debt is about service, not sacrifice. But if we refuse, they'll find another way to use us. Bind us somehow. Make us useful whether we consent or not. So our choices are volunteer slavery or involuntary slavery? Harry laughed bitterly. Fantastic. That's just fantastic. There might be another option. Morgana walked to the table of books, her fingers trailing across ancient spines. The original bargain was made in desperation, without full understanding of the terms. But I've had 15 centuries to think, to plan. If there's a way to renegotiate, to find terms that serve our interests as well as theirs. You think they'd agree to that? I think they're desperate too. Morgana pulled a book from the shelf and opened it. The veil is failing faster than they expected. They need us, both of us, more than they want to admit. That gives us leverage. Leverage. Harry walked to stand beside her, looking at the ancient text. You want to negotiate with interdimensional guardians who could probably unmake us with a thought. I want to survive. Morgana met his eyes. I want you to survive, and I want to do it on our terms, not theirs. Is that too much to ask? Harry thought about Dumbledore's prophecy, Voldemort's obsession, the Ministry's corruption, and now this cosmic forces demanding service in exchange for existence. His whole life had been other people's terms, other people's plans, other people's expectations. Maybe it was time to start writing his own. No, he said quietly. It's not too much to ask. Let's find another way. Morgana's smile was fierce and proud. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. The next 3 weeks were the most intense of Harry's life. Days were spent at Hogwarts, maintaining the facade of normal student. Classes, homework, avoiding Umbridge's increasingly vindictive detentions. McGonagall had made good on her promise to intervene, and the blood quill sessions had become less frequent. But Umbridge was finding other ways to make Harry's life miserable. Sudden inspections, invented infractions, public humiliations designed to break his spirit. Harry let her think it was working. Let his shoulders slump in the corridors. Let his expression go dull in her classes. It was easier to be underestimated. Nights were spent in the tomb, training with Morgana at a pace that would have broken him a month ago. Wandless magic came easier now, flowing from intention rather than incantation. He learned to sense the magical currents in the air, to feel the weight of the veil pressing against reality like a membrane stretched too thin. And he learned about the Covenant. They're not evil, Morgana explained one night, demonstrating a technique for reinforcing dimensional barriers. They're not good either. They simply are. The veil is their purpose, their entire existence. They don't understand concepts like freedom or choice, or they understand them the way you might understand the desires of an insect. That doesn't make me feel better about negotiating with them. It should. Morgana's hands moved through complex patterns, reality rippling slightly in their wake. Beings of pure purpose can be manipulated. They'll do anything to achieve their goals, including accepting terms they'd never consider if they had the luxury of options. And the Archon? Harry watched her work, trying to memorize the movements. What happens if it gets out? Extinction. Morgana's voice was flat. Not death, extinction. The Archon doesn't kill things. It erases them, unmakes their existence so completely that reality forgets they ever were. If it breaches the veil, everything ends. Everything, everyone, every possibility of anything ever existing again. Morgana lowered her hands, the barrier technique complete. That's why the covenant exists. That's why they'll do anything to maintain the veil. And that's why, despite everything, I understand their position. You're thinking about agreeing to their terms. I'm thinking about finding terms we can all live with. Morgana turned to face him. The covenant needs guardians. We need training, resources, power. There's a deal to be made. We just have to find it. Harry nodded slowly. What about Voldemort? The prophecy? What about them? Morgana raised an eyebrow. One problem at a time. If the veil falls, Voldemort becomes irrelevant. If the veil holds, you'll be strong enough to deal with him on your own terms. The prophecy says one of us has to die. Prophecies are interpretations of probability, not absolute truth. Morgana walked to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Your Dumbledore sees destiny where I see possibility. The prophecy says you have power the Dark Lord knows not. It doesn't specify what that power is. Love is one interpretation, but so is this. She gestured at the chamber around them. Knowledge he doesn't have. Allies he can't imagine. Magic he's never conceived of. You think I can beat him without dying? I think you can beat him without accepting that death is your only option. Morgana's golden eyes were fierce. The prophecy is a cage, Harry. But cages can be broken if you're strong enough to bend the bars. Harry looked at her. This woman who'd been imprisoned for 15 centuries, who'd been branded a monster by history, who'd lost everything and still refused to give up. Teach me, he said, everything you know. I want to be strong enough. Morgana smiled. That's my boy. The full moon rose on a night cold enough to frost the windows. Harry stood in the chamber with Morgana, Ron, and Hermione, waiting for the covenant to arrive. They'd spent 3 weeks preparing, researching, training, crafting the terms they would propose. It wasn't much, but it was something. Whatever happens, Harry said quietly, thank you for being here. Where else would we be? Ron's voice was steady, though his face was pale. You're our best friend, Harry. We're not letting you face this alone. He's right. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand. We started this together. We'll finish it together. Morgana said nothing, but her presence at Harry's side was answer enough. The shadows gathered. Aldrich and Seraphina materialized from the darkness, their silver eyes reflecting the chamber's golden light. The time has come, Aldrich said. What is your answer? Harry stepped forward, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of everything he'd learned, everything he decided, everything he was willing to risk. We have a counter-proposal. The twins exchanged a glance. Speak. Harry took a breath. Morgana and I will serve the covenant. We'll train, we'll hunt, we'll help repair the veil. But we do it on our terms. We keep our lives, our identities, our freedom to choose when and how we serve. And we deal with Voldemort first, before any cosmic obligations come due. You wish to delay your service? I wish to prioritize threats. Harry kept his voice steady. You said the veil has 2 years before it fails. I have a Dark Lord to defeat before then, a prophecy to fulfill. Help me end Voldemort quickly, and I'll give the Covenant everything it needs. The Covenant does not assist in mortal conflicts. The Covenant needs us more than it wants to admit. Harry met Aldrich's silver gaze without flinching. You said it yourself, the barrier is failing faster than expected. You're desperate for guardians, for blood that can reinforce the veil. We're offering that blood, freely given. All we ask is time to settle our affairs before we commit to eternity. Seraphina tilted her head. You bargain as if you have leverage. I bargain because I understand what you really want. Harry let his wandless magic flare slightly, golden light pooling in his palms. Service given freely is stronger than service compelled. Allies are more useful than slaves. You could force us, yes, but willing guardians will serve you better than broken ones. The twins were silent for a long moment. Harry could feel Morgana's tension. Hermione's held breath. Ron's barely controlled fear. Everything hung on this moment. The proposal has merit, Aldrich finally said, but modifications are required. The Covenant cannot simply wait while you resolve mortal disputes. What modifications? Intermediate service. Seraphina stepped forward. Breaches occur regularly, small ones manageable. You will handle these while pursuing your conflict with the Dark Lord. Consider it training. Practical education, Aldrich added. You learn by doing, and we ensure our investment is protected. Harry looked at Morgana. She nodded slightly. Agreed, Harry said. We handle the small breaches. You provide training and resources. And when Voldemort is defeated, we commit fully to the Covenant's service. One addition. Aldrich's voice was cold. If the veil deteriorates beyond acceptable parameters before your mortal conflict is resolved, if the Archon's pressure reaches critical levels, your obligations accelerate immediately. No exceptions. How will we know if that happens? You will feel it. Seraphina's smile was thin. When reality begins to crack, there is no mistaking the sensation. Harry considered the terms. It wasn't ideal. He was still binding himself to cosmic forces he barely understood. But it was better than the alternatives. Deal. Aldrich extended his hand, and Harry saw that his palm was marked with a complex symbol that seemed to shift and writhe. Then let it be bound. Harry took his hand. The sensation was indescribable. Not pain, exactly, but pressure. Something old and vast pressing against his consciousness, examining him, accepting him. He felt the veil for the first time, really felt it. A membrane of magic stretched across reality, thin in places, reinforced in others, bearing the weight of worlds. And he felt the thing behind it, the Archon, vast and hungry and aware. It knew he was there. Soon, something whispered in the darkness. Soon, little guardian, we will meet again. The connection broke. Harry stumbled backward, gasping, and found Morgana's hands on his shoulders, steadying him. It's done, Aldrich said. The bargain is sealed. You belong to the Covenant now. I belong to myself. Harry's voice was rough. I just have a new employer. Something like amusement flickered in Aldrich's silver eyes. Perhaps. Time will tell. The twins dissolved into shadow, leaving Harry and his friends alone in the chamber. Harry! Hermione's voice was worried. Are you okay? I felt it. Harry stared at his palm, where a faint mark now pulsed with silver light. The Archon. It knows about me. It knows about all of us, Morgana said quietly. The guardians who stand between it and freedom. We're targets now, Harry. From all sides. Great. Ron's laugh was shaky. Voldemort, the Ministry, ancient cosmic entities. Anyone else want to try to kill us? Give it time. Harry managed a weak smile. The year's not over yet. They stood in silence for a moment. For people bound together by circumstances none of them had chosen. Then Hermione took Harry's hand, and Ron clapped him on the shoulder, and Morgana's presence at his back was warm and solid. 28 days until the next check-in, Hermione said. We should get to work. On what? Everything. Hermione's smile was fierce. Voldemort won't defeat himself. And apparently, neither will the fabric of reality. Harry looked at his friends, at Hermione's determination, Ron's loyalty, Morgana's ancient strength, and felt something settle in his chest. The prophecy still loomed. The Covenant had its hooks in him. The Archon was waiting, but he wasn't alone. And for the first time in his life, he was facing the future on his own terms. Okay, he said. Let's get started. Chapter 4. The Covenant Wakes. The breach opened on a Tuesday, and Harry felt it like a knife sliding between his ribs. He jackknifed upright in bed, gasping, one hand pressed against the silver mark on his palm. It was burning, not hot but wrong, a sensation that had no business existing in a world of normal physics. Harry! Ron's voice was groggy from the next bed. Mate, you okay? Breach. Harry was already moving, grabbing clothes, shoving his feet into shoes. Something's coming through. Ron was up in an instant. 3 weeks of training overriding the instinct to ask questions. They'd practiced this, drills at Morgana's insistence, plans for exactly this scenario. The Covenant had warned them that breaches were becoming more frequent as the veil deteriorated. Tonight, theory became reality. Where? Ron whispered as they crept through the dormitory. Harry focused on the burning in his palm, letting it guide him. The mark was a compass now, pointing toward dimensional instability. Forbidden Forest. Same area as last time. Of course it is. Ron grabbed his wand from the nightstand. Should we get Hermione? No time. I can feel it. Whatever's coming through, it's almost here. They slipped through the common room, past the sleeping portrait of the fat lady, and out into the castle's dark corridors. Harry's wandless magic illuminated their path in soft pulses, just enough to see without attracting attention. The castle was silent at this hour, but Harry's nerves were screaming. The mark on his palm pulsed faster as they approached the entrance hall, each throb sending images through his mind. Darkness, hunger, something with too many legs pulling itself through a tear in reality. They hit the grounds running. The Forbidden Forest loomed ahead, darker than usual, the trees seeming to lean away from something at its heart. Harry could see it now, a shimmer in the air between two ancient oaks, reality bending around a wound that shouldn't exist. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. The breach was small, maybe 6 feet across, but what was coming through it was anything but. Limbs emerged first, chitinous and jointed wrong, feeling blindly at the edges of the tear. Then a body, if you could call it that, a mass of angles and surfaces that hurt to look at directly, like an optical illusion given flesh. What is that? Ron's voice cracked. Doesn't matter. Harry's hands came up, wandless magic gathering in his palms. Stop it from getting through. That's what matters. The thing's head emerged, if you could call it a head. Eyes covered every surface, hundreds of them, all different sizes, all swiveling to focus on Harry and Ron with terrible awareness. Guardians. Something whispered in Harry's mind. Fresh. Young. Delicious. Harry threw fire. Not the controlled flames of incendio, but raw combustion, heat and light and fury channeled through pure intent. The fire slammed into the creature and it screamed, a sound that existed more in his bones than his ears. Ron! The breach! Ron was already moving, wand tracing the patterns Morgana had drilled into them. Sealing a dimensional tier wasn't complicated in theory, you just had to convince reality to remember what it was supposed to look like. In practice, with a nightmare creature trying to claw through, it was significantly harder. Claudera, Sanar, Reformar. Ron's voice was steady, the Latin incantation flowing with surprising confidence. Silver light streamed from his wand, wrapping around the edges of the breach like sutures. The creature thrashed, half in this world and half out, its many eyes fixed on Harry with burning hatred. Another limb shot toward him, faster than anything that size should move. Harry dodged, rolled, came up throwing more fire. The flames caught on the creature's carapace, spreading, but it didn't stop. Pulled harder, more of its body forcing through the shrinking breach. Ron, faster. I'm trying. The breach was closing, but not fast enough. The creature was going to make it through before Ron could seal the tear completely. And once it was fully in their world, Harry made a decision. He stopped throwing fire and ran toward the creature. Harry, what are you? Harry's hand closed around one of the thing's limbs. The contact sent agony through his entire body, cold and wrong and alien, but he held on. The mark on his palm flared brilliant silver, and suddenly he could feel the creature's connection to the breach. The thread of dimensional energy that tethered it to its home reality. He grabbed that thread and pulled. The creature shrieked. Harry screamed. Reality buckled around them both as the tier fought to close while the thing fought to come through. Now Ron. Ron's final incantation slammed home. The breach snapped shut with a sound like breaking glass, and the creature, half severed, its connection to its home reality cut, dissolved into nothing. Not dead exactly, just unmade. Returned to whatever cosmic soup it had crawled out of. Harry collapsed onto the forest floor, gasping. What the hell was that? Ron dropped to his knees beside him. You grabbed it. You actually grabbed the nightmare thing with your bare hands. The mark. Harry held up his palm, where the silver symbol was fading back to its usual subtle glow. It lets me interact with dimensional stuff directly. Morgana mentioned it, but I didn't know I could do that. Well, you did it. And it was bloody terrifying. Ron helped him sit up. Is it dead? Gone? What? Gone. Back to wherever it came from. Harry's whole body ached. The breach is sealed. We did it. They sat in silence for a moment, two teenagers in a dark forest, processing what had just happened. Then Ron started laughing, high and shaky and slightly hysterical. We just fought a monster from another dimension, he said. An actual real monster. And we won. We won, Harry agreed, a grin spreading across his face despite everything. We actually won. Morgana's going to be furious we didn't wake her. Morgana's going to be proud. Harry staggered to his feet, offering Ron a hand. Come on. We should get back before someone notices we're gone. They made it halfway to the castle before Hermione intercepted them. Still in her pajamas, hair wild, expression somewhere between terrified and furious. I felt the breach close, she said without preamble. You went without me. No time. Harry showed her his palm, where the mark was still pulsing faintly. It was coming through fast. We had to move. Hermione's anger faded slightly as she examined the mark. You used it directly? The connection? Had to. The thing was too strong to just burn. Harry, that's incredibly dangerous. Direct dimensional contact without proper shielding. Worked, though. Ron's voice was tired but proud. You should have seen him, Hermione. Grabbed the thing's leg and just yanked it back through. Hermione's eyes widened. You physically touched a dimensional entity? Didn't have a choice. Harry. Hermione's voice was serious. The next time you do something that reckless, at least have the decency to wake me up first. I want to document it. Despite everything, Harry laughed. Morgana's reaction was exactly what Ron predicted. Fury first, then reluctant pride. You could have been killed, she said, pacing the tomb's main chamber. Direct contact with a breach entity is dangerous even for trained Covenant keepers. You've been studying for 3 weeks. It worked, Harry pointed out. It worked this time. Morgana stopped pacing and fixed him with her golden stare. The next entity might be stronger, smarter, more resistant to that kind of manipulation. You were lucky, Harry. I was also right. Harry met her gaze steadily. The breach was closing too slowly. If I hadn't intervened directly, that thing would have gotten through completely. And then what? You would have fought it alone. I would have tried. Something shifted in Morgana's expression. The anger faded, replaced by something more complicated. Fear, maybe, or recognition. You sound like me, she said quietly. Before Camelot, before everything went wrong. I was always the one charging into danger because I believed I could handle it. Could you? Usually, until I couldn't. Morgana sat down heavily on the chaise. The thing about being powerful, Harry, is that you start believing you're invincible. You take risks that would kill anyone else because you've survived so many risks already. And then one day you don't survive. One day, the danger is bigger than your power, and everything ends. Harry sat down across from her. I'm not trying to be a hero. I'm just trying to protect people. I know. That's what makes it worse. Morgana's smile was sad. Heroes die young. Survivors learn to let others take the risks. Is that what you did? Let others take the risks? No. And look where it got me. She gestured at the tomb around them. 15 centuries in a stone box because I couldn't accept that some battles weren't mine to fight. Harry was quiet for a moment, processing. He'd never heard Morgana talk about her past like this. With regret instead of anger, reflection instead of bitterness. I can't just stand back, he finally said. Not when I'm the one with the power to help. That's not who I am. I know. Morgana reached out and squeezed his hand. It's not who I am either. But maybe we can learn to be reckless more strategically. Strategically reckless? It's an oxymoron. But so is our entire situation. Morgana stood, her composure returning. The breach tonight was small, a scout probably testing the barriers. But the Covenant's records suggest they'll get worse. More frequent, larger, carrying stronger entities. The veil is deteriorating faster than expected? The veil is deteriorating exactly as expected. We're just experiencing what expected actually feels like. Morgana walked to the table of books and pulled out a map, hand-drawn, covered in symbols Harry had learned to recognize. I've been tracking the breach points. There's a pattern. Harry joined her at the table. The map showed Britain, but overlaid with lines and symbols that had nothing to do with geography. Convergence points, Morgana had called them, places where the veil was naturally thinner, where breaches were more likely to occur. There. Morgana pointed to a cluster of marks in Scotland. 3 breaches in the last week, all within 50 miles of each other. Something's focusing on that area. What's there? Nothing, according to modern magical records. But according to pre-Merlin texts, Morgana pulled another scroll from the stack. There used to be a Covenant outpost. A watchtower, essentially, staffed by guardians monitoring the veil's condition. Used to be. Merlin destroyed it, along with most evidence of the Covenant's presence in Britain. Morgana's voice was bitter. He wanted to be the supreme magical authority. Having interdimensional guardians running around complicated that image. So there's an abandoned Covenant outpost in Scotland, and something's trying to breach through there specifically? The watchtowers weren't just monitoring stations. They were anchor points, places where the veil was reinforced through active magic. When Merlin destroyed them, he weakened those sections of the barrier. And now they're the easiest places to punch through. Exactly. Morgana met his eyes. We need to go there. See what's happening. Maybe find a way to reinforce the anchor point. We, you and me, your friends can help. But this requires someone who understands Covenant magic at a fundamental level. Morgana's expression was serious. It'll be dangerous. More dangerous than the breach tonight. But if we don't address the weak points proactively, we'll be fighting endless defensive battles until we're exhausted. Harry thought about it. Leaving Hogwarts for an extended period would be difficult. Umbridge was watching his every move, Dumbledore was clearly suspicious, and the facade of normal student life was already straining at the seams. But he also thought about the creature from tonight, its hundreds of eyes, its hunger. If more of those were coming through, if the breaches were getting worse. When do we leave? Morgana smiled. This weekend. I'll handle the logistics, covering your absence, dealing with any complications. You focus on not drawing attention until then. I've gotten good at not drawing attention. I know. It's one of your best qualities. Morgana rolled up the map and tucked it into her robes. Now go back to your dormitory. You need sleep and I need to plan. Harry nodded and turned to leave, but Morgana's voice stopped him at the chamber's entrance. Harry. He looked back. Tonight, with the breach entity. You did well. Reckless, yes, but well. I'm proud of you. Something warm spread through Harry's chest. Thanks. Don't let it go to your head. You still have a lot to learn. I know. Harry grinned. But I'm learning fast. The week before the Scotland trip passed in a blur of preparation and misdirection. Hermione forged Harry's signature on enough homework to cover his absence. Ron ran interference with the other Gryffindors, spreading stories about Harry having secret Quidditch practice with McGonagall's permission. And Harry himself spent every spare moment in the tomb, learning the specific magics he'd need for the trip. Veil manipulation is different from what you've been doing, Morgana explained, demonstrating a technique that made reality shimmer slightly. Wandless casting is about convincing the world to respond to your intent. Veil work is about understanding the fabric of reality itself and making surgical adjustments. Sounds complicated. It is. That's why most wizards never learn it. Morgana's hands moved through another pattern, and Harry felt something shift in the air. A slight heaviness, like the room was suddenly more real. Can you feel that? Harry focused. The sensation was subtle, but it was there. A change in the texture of existence, like the difference between silk and cotton. I think so. It's heavier. I've reinforced this section of reality, made it more resistant to dimensional intrusion. Morgana let the effect fade. At the watchtower, we'll need to do this on a much larger scale. Create a permanent anchor that can survive without constant maintenance. Is that possible? With enough power, yes. The original anchors used crystallized veil energy, condensed fragments of the barrier itself, shaped into focus points. Morgana walked to one of the chamber's walls and pressed her hand against the stone. There might be residue at the Scotland site, old magic that we can reactivate. And if there isn't, then we improvise. Morgana's smile was sharp. I've been improvising for 1500 years. One more time won't hurt. Harry practiced the techniques she showed him, feeling increasingly confident. The breach entity had been terrifying, but he'd handled it. Whatever they found in Scotland, he could handle that too. At least that's what he told himself. Saturday arrived cold and gray, winter settling over the highlands with grim determination. Harry met Morgana at the edge of the forbidden forest, wrapped in warm clothes and carrying nothing but the essentials. His wand, still useful for quick spells. A bag of supplies Morgana had prepared, and the silver mark pulsing gently on his palm. Ready? Morgana asked. As I'll ever be. Morgana held out her hand. Apparition won't work for this distance. Too many magical barriers between here and Scotland. We'll use the old roads. The old roads. Pathways that exist between spaces. Dangerous, but fast. Morgana's grip tightened on his hand. Stay close. Don't let go. And whatever you see, don't stop moving. Before Harry could ask what that meant, the world twisted. The forest vanished. For a moment, there was nothing, just darkness and pressure and the sensation of moving very fast through something that wasn't quite space. Then lights appeared, distant and strange, and Harry realized they were traveling along a pathway made of something that looked like solidified starlight. Around them, shapes moved in the darkness. Things with too many angles, too many dimensions, watching them pass with eyes that existed in colors Harry couldn't name. Don't look at them, Morgana said, her voice cutting through the unreality. The old roads pass through the spaces between worlds. The things that live here are curious, but they can't touch you as long as you keep moving. Harry fixed his eyes forward and kept walking. The pathway stretched ahead, impossibly long, winding through darkness that pressed in from all sides. Time felt meaningless. They could have been walking for minutes or hours. The shapes around them multiplied, drawn by their presence, and Harry had to fight the urge to turn and look. Guardian, something whispered. New guardian. Let us see you. Ignore them, Morgana said tightly. Almost there. A point of light appeared ahead, growing larger as they approached. The pathway angled toward it, and Harry felt reality start to solidify around them. Normal physics returning, normal space asserting itself. They emerged onto a hillside covered in frost, overlooking a valley shrouded in mist. Harry stumbled, disoriented, and Morgana steadied him with a hand on his arm. The old roads are disorienting at first, she said. You'll get used to them. I'd rather not. Harry shook his head, trying to clear the lingering strangeness. Where are we? Scottish Highlands. About 30 miles from Inverness. Morgana pointed toward the mist-filled valley. The watchtower was there, according to my records. Whatever's left of it should be at the center. They descended the hillside, the frost crunching beneath their feet. The mist thickened as they entered the valley, reducing visibility to a few dozen meters. Harry could feel something in the air, a pressure similar to the breaches but larger, more diffuse. We're close, he said quietly. I can feel it. The whole valley is saturated with veil energy. Morgana's voice was tense. This was once one of the strongest anchor points in Britain. Even after 1,000 years, the residue is... She stopped. They'd emerged from the mist into a clearing, and what they found there made Harry's breath catch. The watchtower was ruins. Ancient stone walls collapsed into piles of rubble, archways that led nowhere, foundations barely visible beneath centuries of overgrowth. But that wasn't what had stopped them. The breach at the center of the clearing was massive. Not like the one in the Forbidden Forest. A small tear that could be sealed with effort. This was a wound in reality, easily 30 feet across, its edges crackling with energy that hurt to look at. And standing around it, arranged in a perfect circle, were figures Harry recognized. Covenant keepers. Not Aldrich and Seraphina, these were different. Older, somehow, their robes more elaborate, their silver eyes carrying depths that made the twins look practically human. Morgana Le Fay. The voice came from the tallest of them, a figure whose face seemed to shift between masculine and feminine as Harry watched. We wondered when you would arrive. Morgana's hand found Harry's, gripping tight. Who are you? We are the Elder Council. The figure stepped forward, and reality rippled in their wake. The governing body of the Covenant. Aldrich and Seraphina serve us, as do all keepers. They didn't mention an Elder Council. They wouldn't. The junior keepers are permitted to handle routine matters independently. The Elder's silver gaze shifted to Harry. But this situation is far from routine. The blood heir joins his ancestress in service. That requires oversight. Harry's mark was burning, hotter than it had during the breach. What do you want? To evaluate. Another elder stepped forward, this one decidedly feminine, though her features held the same unsettling fluidity. The bargain was made with the Lesser Council. The Elder Council must approve significant additions to our ranks. We're already bound, Morgana said, her voice sharp. The deal is sealed. Sealed, yes, but not ratified. The tall elder spread their hands, and Harry saw that each palm bore a symbol far more complex than his own mark. Junior keepers can bind. Only elders can ratify. Without our approval, your service remains provisional. What does that mean? It means we can adjust the terms. The feminine elder smiled, and it wasn't pleasant. Add conditions. Remove benefits. Ensure that the Covenant's interests are truly served. Harry felt Morgana tense beside him. You want to renegotiate. We want to evaluate. The tall elder's voice was patient. The original deal was made under pressure, by keepers who were desperate for any solution. We are not desperate. We have resources they do not. And we have questions. What kind of questions? About your loyalties, your capabilities, your willingness to sacrifice. The elder's silver eyes fixed on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. You carry a prophecy, young guardian, a destiny that binds you to mortal conflict. How can we trust that you will prioritize the veil when your attention is split between worlds? The deal included time to resolve my mortal conflicts. The deal included a provision. Provisions can be revoked. The feminine elder's smile widened. Unless, of course, you can demonstrate your commitment. Harry's jaw tightened. How? The elders exchanged glances, or what passed for glances among beings whose eyes were pools of liquid silver. The breach before you, the tall elder said, gesturing toward the massive tear in reality. It has been growing for weeks. The junior keepers have been unable to close it. Their power is insufficient. You want us to seal it. We want to see if you can. The Fay's bloodline carries unique resonance with dimensional energies. If she and her heir together cannot close this breach, the elder's voice went cold. Then perhaps our resources would be better spent elsewhere. Morgana released Harry's hand and stepped forward. This is a test. Everything is a test. Existence itself is a trial to be passed or failed. The tall elder moved aside, gesturing toward the breach. Succeed, and your bargain is ratified. Fail. They didn't finish the sentence. They didn't need to. Harry looked at the breach, at the crackling energy, the impossible depth, the darkness beyond that seemed to move with malicious intent. It was nothing like the small tear in the Forbidden Forest. Sealing this would require everything he had, maybe more. Morgana's hand found his shoulder. Together, she said quietly. We do this together or not at all. Harry nodded. Together. They approached the breach side by side. The closer they got, the worse it felt. The energy coming off the tear was wrong in a way that went beyond physical sensation. It was despair and hunger and chaos, all wrapped into a wound in the fabric of existence. Harry's mark screamed with proximity, his entire hand going numb with the effort of containing the connection. "I've never seen one this large," Morgana admitted, her voice tight. "The technique I taught you, it won't be enough." "Then what do we do?" "Improvise." Morgana's golden eyes were fixed on the breach, analyzing, calculating. "The old anchor point, there should still be residue in the foundations. If we can tap into that, use it as a power source. Show me what to do." Morgana talked him through it as they worked, her instructions clear and precise despite the circumstances. They positioned themselves on opposite sides of the breach, close enough that the energy made Harry's teeth ache, and began channeling. It wasn't like sealing the small tear. That had been stitching delicate work with finite materials. This was architecture, building something from nothing, convincing reality to remake itself according to their design. "Find the anchor point," Morgana called across the breach. "It's buried in the foundations, a crystalline structure about the size of your fist. Can you feel it?" Harry sent his awareness downward, through layers of earth and stone and centuries of accumulated magic. The old roads had taught him something about sensing dimensional energies, and he used that knowledge now, searching for the specific signature Morgana had described. There, deep beneath the rubble, a spark of something ancient and powerful. "Got it. Connect to it. Let it amplify your power." Harry reached for the anchor point with his magic, and the connection hit him like lightning. Power flooded through him. Not his own, but older, denser, drawn from the very fabric of the veil itself. He gasped, struggling to contain it. "Don't fight it." Morgana's voice cut through the surge. "Let it flow through you. You're a channel, not a container." Harry forced himself to relax, to let the power move instead of trying to hold it. The sensation changed, still overwhelming, but manageable. He could feel Morgana on the other side of the breach, her own connection to the anchor point thrumming in harmony with his. "Now," Morgana said, "we seal it. Together." They moved in unison, their magic combining as it flowed from the anchor point through their bodies and into the breach. The energy hit the tear like water against fire, and reality hissed and crackled in response. The breach fought back. Dark tendrils erupted from its depths, lashing at them with mindless hunger. Harry threw up a barrier, wandless, instinctive, and the tendrils broke against it like waves against rock. But more were coming, endless streams of wrongness pouring from the wound. "Something's pushing from the other side," Morgana shouted. "Something big." Harry felt it too, a pressure behind the breach, a presence that made the scout entity from the forbidden forest feel like a kitten. Whatever was on the other side of this tear, it wanted through. Badly. "We have to seal it before it reaches us." They pushed harder, pouring everything they had into the repair. The breach shrank, 30 feet to 20, 20 to 15, 15 to 10. But the pressure from the other side was increasing too, the entity forcing itself toward the narrowing gap. Harry caught a glimpse of it through the closing wound. Eyes not hundreds like the scout, but thousands, millions. An ocean of awareness fixed on him with terrible recognition. "You," something whispered in his mind. "Guardian blood. Fey blood. I know you." "Harry!" Morgana's voice was desperate. "Now!" Harry grabbed the anchor point's power with both metaphorical hands and slammed it into the breach. The tear closed. The entity's scream echoed through dimensions, fading as the wound sealed itself shut. Reality snapped back into place with an almost audible click, and silence fell over the valley. Harry collapsed to his knees, gasping. Morgana was beside him in an instant, her hands checking him for injuries, her golden eyes wild with concern. "Are you okay?" The backlash from that much power. "I'm fine." Harry's voice was rough, tired, but fine. He looked up at the space where the breach had been. Nothing remained but a faint shimmer in the air, a scar that would fade in time. "You did it." The tall elder's voice cut through the silence. Harry had almost forgotten about them, the Covenant's observers, watching from the edge of the clearing. "Against expectations, you succeeded. Was that your test?" Harry pushed himself to his feet, anger cutting through exhaustion. "Throwing us at something you couldn't handle yourselves?" Our test was to see if you could handle it. The elder's expression was unreadable. The result speaks for itself. The entity on the other side. Morgana's voice was sharp. What was that? The elders exchanged another of their silent conversations. A lieutenant, the feminine elder finally said. One of the Archon's direct servants. They've been probing the weak points, testing for vulnerabilities. This was the largest breach attempt in centuries. And you let us walk into it blind? We needed to know what you could do under pressure. The tall elder's voice was calm. Now we know. The bargain is ratified. Your service to the Covenant is officially recognized. Harry wanted to argue, to rage at the manipulation. But Morgana's hand on his arm stopped him. The anchor point, she said. It's functional again? Thanks to your efforts, yes. This site will hold for another century at least. The tall elder inclined their heads slightly. You have proven yourselves capable. Report to Aldrich and Seraphina for your next assignment. The elders dissolved into shadow without another word, leaving Harry and Morgana alone in the frost-covered clearing. I hate them, Harry said flatly. They're not meant to be liked. They're meant to preserve the veil. Morgana helped him steady himself. But they're right about one thing: we did well. Better than they expected. The entity, the lieutenant. Harry's mind was still replaying that brief glimpse through the breach. It recognized me. The Archon knows all Guardian bloodlines. Its servants would share that knowledge. Morgana's voice was grim. You're marked now, Harry. Not just by the Covenant, but by the things we're protecting against. Great. Another group that wants me dead. Not dead. The Archon doesn't want to kill you. It wants to consume you. There's a difference. That's supposed to make me feel better? Morgana's laugh was sharp. No. It's supposed to make you careful. She pulled the old road's key from her pocket. A small stone carved with dimensional runes. Let's go home. You need rest. Harry looked back at the sealed breach one more time. The scar was already fading, reality forgetting the wound it had suffered. Morgana. She stopped, waiting. The thing you said earlier about heroes dying young. I'm starting to understand what you meant. You're not going to die young, Harry. I won't let you. Her golden eyes were fierce. We've come too far. Sacrificed too much. Whatever comes next, we face it together. Together, Harry agreed. The old roads opened, and they stepped through, leaving the frozen valley behind. The news was waiting for them at Hogwarts. Hermione met them at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, her face pale and her hands shaking. Something's happened, she said before Harry could ask. While you were gone, Voldemort attacked the Ministry. Harry felt his blood go cold. What? A full assault. Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries, trying to retrieve something from the Prophecy Hall. Hermione's voice was rapid, slightly frantic. The Order fought them off, but there were casualties. And Harry... What? Dumbledore confronted Voldemort directly. In the Ministry atrium, in front of witnesses. Hermione swallowed hard. The world knows he's back now. The Prophet is running the story. Everything's changed. Harry stood frozen, processing. He'd been fighting dimensional entities while Voldemort attacked the Ministry. The Prophecy Hall, Voldemort had been after the prophecy itself, the full version that only Harry and Dumbledore had heard. Who were the casualties? I don't know all the names yet. The Order is keeping it quiet until... Sirius. Harry's voice was hollow. Is Sirius okay? Hermione hesitated, and that hesitation told Harry everything. He's alive, she said quickly. But he was injured. Badly. He's at St. Mungo's under guard. Harry's legs stopped working. He sat down hard on the cold ground, staring at nothing. Sirius. His godfather. The closest thing to family he had left. I should have been there. His voice sounded distant, disconnected from his body. I was sealing dimensional breaches while my godfather was. You couldn't have known. Morgana's voice was firm. And if you had been there, you might be the one in hospital. Or worse. She's right. Hermione knelt beside him. Harry, the attack was coordinated. Voldemort waited until Dumbledore was distracted, until most of the order was elsewhere. If you'd been at the ministry, you would have walked into a trap. The prophecy. Destroyed, apparently. In the fighting, Voldemort didn't get what he wanted. Hermione's hand found his. But now the world knows he's back. The ministry can't deny it anymore. Something's going to change. Harry looked at Morgana, then at Hermione. The Covenant, the Veil, the Archon, all of it faded compared to this. Sirius hurt. Voldemort making moves. The war he'd been trying to prepare for erupting while he was elsewhere. I need to see him, Harry said. Sirius. I need to know he's okay. It's Sunday. Visiting hours don't start until... I don't care about visiting hours. Harry pushed himself to his feet. Find me a way to St. Mungo's. Tonight. Hermione looked at Morgana. Morgana's expression was thoughtful, calculating. The old roads can reach the hospital, she finally said. It's risky. St. Mungo's has wards against unusual entry, but not impossible. Then let's go. Harry. Morgana caught his arm. I understand the urgency, but charging into a guarded hospital while you're exhausted from sealing a major breach is how people get killed. Or captured. I don't care. I know you don't. That's why I'm here. Morgana's grip tightened. Let me make some preparations. An hour, maybe 2. Then we'll go safely with a plan. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to push past her and run. But the exhaustion was hitting him now, his body finally catching up to everything he'd put it through. 1 hour, he said. Then we go. 1 hour. Morgana released his arm. Go to your dormitory. Rest. I'll find you when we're ready. Harry nodded stiffly and turned toward the castle, Hermione falling into step beside him. The news about Sirius was a weight on his chest, making every step harder. Voldemort was making his move. The war was escalating, and Harry had been elsewhere, fighting battles that most wizards didn't even know existed. He thought about the prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. One way or another, it was coming down to him and Voldemort. Everything else, the Covenant, the Veil, the Archon, was just noise. But as he walked, the mark on his palm pulsed gently, reminding him that he was bound now, that the cosmic and the mundane were twisted together in ways he couldn't escape. Somewhere in the darkness beyond reality, the Archon was watching, waiting, and somewhere in a hospital bed, Sirius Black was fighting for his life. Harry had never felt more pulled in different directions. But as he climbed the castle steps, one thing was clear. He was done letting other people control his choices. Whatever came next, Voldemort, the Covenant, the end of the world itself, he would face it on his own terms. Or die trying. Chapter 5. What the dark remembers St. Mungo's smelled like antiseptic and fear. Harry materialized in a supply closet on the 4th floor, Morgana's hand steadying him as the old roads released them into normal space. The transition was smoother this time. He was getting used to the disorientation, but his stomach still lurched. 3rd door on the left, Morgana whispered. The wards here are focused on the main entrances. Back corridors are less protected. You've done this before? I've done many things before. Morgana cracked the closet door open, checking the hallway. Clear. Move quickly. Don't make eye contact with staff. And if anyone asks, you're visiting your grandmother. They slipped into the corridor, Harry's heart pounding. The hospital was quieter than he'd expected at this hour. A few healers moving between rooms, the occasional visitor heading toward the exits, but every footstep felt dangerously loud. Sirius's room was at the end of the hall, a plain door marked with a number and nothing else. An Auror sat in a chair beside it, looking bored and half asleep. Distraction? Harry murmured. Already handled. Morgana made a subtle gesture, and something clattered in a room down the corridor. The Auror's head snapped toward the sound, hand going to his wand, and he stood to investigate. Harry was through the door before it closed behind him. The room was small and dim, lit only by a single lamp in the corner. Medical equipment hummed quietly, tubes and monitors that Harry didn't recognize attached to the figure in the bed. Sirius looked terrible. His face was pale and gaunt, dark circles under his eyes that made him look decades older. Bandages covered his chest and one arm, and even in sleep, his expression was tight with pain. Whatever had happened in the ministry, it had nearly killed him. "Oh God!" Harry's voice cracked. "Sirius!" He crossed to the bed and took his godfather's hand, careful not to disturb the tubes. Sirius's skin was cold, his fingers limp in Harry's grip. "He took a curse to the chest," a voice said from the shadows. Harry spun, wandless magic flaring in his palm, and found himself facing Remus Lupin. The werewolf looked almost as bad as Sirius, his face drawn and exhausted, robes rumpled like he'd been sleeping in the chair by the window. But his eyes were alert, watching Harry with an expression caught between relief and suspicion. "Remus." Harry let his magic fade. "I didn't see you. That was the point." Remus stood slowly, his movements stiff. "I've been here since they brought him in. Dumbledore wanted someone to keep watch." "Dumbledore?" Harry's voice went flat. "Of course. He's worried about you, Harry. We all are." Remus approached the bed, standing across from Harry with Sirius between them. "You've been different lately. Distant. Secretive. People have noticed. People have always noticed things about me. Usually the wrong things. That's not fair. Isn't it?" Harry looked down at Sirius's unconscious face. "I spent a year being called a liar while Voldemort built his army. Now everyone suddenly believes me because they saw it with their own eyes. Where was that belief when I needed it?" Remus was quiet for a moment. "You're right. We failed you. I failed you. I'm not looking for apologies." "What are you looking for?" Harry didn't have an answer. He stood in silence, holding Sirius's hand, listening to the quiet rhythm of the monitors. "What happened?" he finally asked. "At the ministry. The real story, not the prophet version." Remus sighed and sat back down, the weight of exhaustion visible in every line of his body. "Voldemort set a trap. He's been obsessed with the prophecy, the full version that only Dumbledore knew. He tried to lure you to the Department of Mysteries, but when you didn't show, he came himself." "He tried to lure me?" "Visions. False images sent through your connection." Remus's eyes were sharp. "Dumbledore said you've been having nightmares about Voldemort, seeing through his eyes. He was trying to exploit that, show you something that would make you run straight into his arms." Harry's blood went cold. The visions had stopped weeks ago, around the same time he'd started training with Morgana. He'd assumed it was the occlumency finally working, but now, "I didn't see anything. Not for weeks." "We know. That's what worried Dumbledore." Remus leaned forward. "Something's blocking the connection. Something that shouldn't be possible." "Harry, what's been happening with you?" Harry met the werewolf's eyes. Remus had always been kind to him, honest in a way most adults weren't. He deserved some version of the truth. "I've been learning," Harry said carefully. "Things that Hogwarts doesn't teach. Things that help me protect my mind." "From who? What teacher would?" Remus stopped, understanding dawning on his face. "Harry, tell me you haven't gotten involved with something dangerous." "Everything in my life is dangerous. At least this time I'm getting stronger from it." "That's exactly what Voldemort said when he was your age." Remus's voice was sharp. "Power for its own sake, strength without wisdom. It's not for its own sake." Harry's grip tightened on Sirius's hand. "It's so I can protect the people I love. So I don't have to stand by while they get hurt." "And where were you tonight, while Sirius was fighting for his life?" The words hit like a physical blow. Harry flinched, and Remus immediately looked ashamed. "I'm sorry. I'm tired and scared, and I shouldn't have." "You're right." Harry's voice was hollow. "I was somewhere else, fighting something else. And while I was gone." He looked at Sirius again, at the bandages and the tubes and the too pale skin. His godfather had almost died, and Harry had been sealing dimensional breaches in Scotland. "I can't be everywhere." The words felt like an admission of failure. "I can't save everyone. No one expects you to. Everyone expects me to. That's the whole point of the prophecy." Harry laughed bitterly. The chosen one, the boy who lived, I'm supposed to defeat Voldemort and save the wizarding world, but I can't even keep one person safe. Remus was quiet for a long moment. Then he walked around the bed and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Sirius would be proud of you, he said quietly. Whatever you're doing, wherever you're going, he'd be proud. He always believed you could be more than what others expected. He doesn't even know what I've been doing. He knows who you are. That's enough. Remus squeezed his shoulder. Stay as long as you need. I'll keep the Aurors distracted. He slipped out of the room, leaving Harry alone with Sirius. Harry stood there for a long time, holding his godfather's hand, watching the slow rise and fall of his chest. The guilt was a physical weight, pressing down on him with every breath. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Sirius didn't respond, but his fingers twitched slightly in Harry's grip, and for a moment, his expression softened into something like peace. Harry stayed until the first light of dawn crept through the window. Then he pressed a kiss to Sirius's forehead and slipped out the way he'd come. Morgana was waiting in the corridor, her golden eyes watching him with something like concern. The others are asking questions, she said quietly. Dumbledore sent people to Hogwarts looking for you. They know you're gone. Let them look. Harry's voice was flat. I'm done hiding. Harry, I mean it. He turned to face her. Voldemort attacked the Ministry. He nearly killed my godfather. He's escalating, Morgana, and I'm playing catch-up. It's time to change that. What are you proposing? I'm proposing we stop being reactive and start being proactive. Harry's jaw was set. The prophecy says one of us has to kill the other. Fine. Then I'll kill him first. But I'm not going to do it on his timeline in his chosen battlefield. I'm going to find his weaknesses, exploit them, and end this before anyone else gets hurt. Morgana studied him for a long moment. You realize what you're describing is war. I've been in a war since I was 11. I'm just now accepting it. War changes people, Harry. Especially the ones who win. I know. Harry met her eyes. Will you help me? The question hung between them. Morgana's expression was unreadable, her golden eyes reflecting the hospital's dim lights. I'll help you, she finally said. But we do this smart. Strategic. No charging into battles you can't win. I wouldn't know how to charge into a battle I couldn't win. Yes, you would. You've been doing it for 5 years. Morgana's smile was thin. Let's go home. We have planning to do. The planning started that night. They gathered in the tomb, Harry, Morgana, Hermione, and Ron, spreading out across the chamber with books and maps and hastily written notes. The atmosphere was different from their usual training sessions. Grimmer, more urgent. First things first, Hermione said, pulling out a parchment covered in her neat handwriting. We need to understand what we're actually dealing with. Voldemort's not just a dark wizard. He's a dark wizard who's made himself nearly immortal through Horcruxes. Horcruxes. Ron's face went pale. Like soul containers? I thought those were just rumors. They're real. Harry's voice was flat. Dumbledore told me. Voldemort split his soul into pieces and hid them in objects. As long as the Horcruxes exist, he can't truly die. How many? Dumbledore thinks at least 6. Maybe more. Harry ran a hand through his hair. The diary I destroyed in second year was 1. The ring Dumbledore found was another. Beyond that, we don't know. Then that's where we start. Morgana walked to the table and cleared a space, laying out a map of Britain. Finding the Horcruxes, destroying them, stripping away Voldemort's immortality piece by piece. Dumbledore's already working on that, Hermione pointed out. Dumbledore's been working on it for years and has destroyed 2. Morgana's voice was sharp. At that pace, Voldemort wins through attrition. We need to accelerate. How? We don't even know what the other Horcruxes are. We know Voldemort. Morgana tapped the map. His psychology, his obsessions, his ego. A man who calls himself Lord doesn't hide pieces of his soul in random objects. He chooses things that matter to him. Symbols of power, trophies, founder relics. Hermione's eyes widened. The diary was Tom Riddle's. But Voldemort is obsessed with Hogwarts, with the founders. He'd want objects connected to them. Slytherin's locket, Harry said slowly. Hufflepuff's cup. Ravenclaw's diadem. Those are the missing founder relics. And the ring Dumbledore found belonged to Slytherin's line. Morgana nodded. The pattern fits. We're looking for objects with historical significance, probably connected to Hogwarts or pureblood heritage. Ron was staring at them. Okay. But even if we know what we're looking for, how do we find them? Voldemort's had decades to hide this stuff. We have resources he doesn't know about. Morgana walked to one of the bookshelves and pulled out a thick tome. Covenant records. Maps of dimensional weak points that also happen to be sites of ancient magical power. If Voldemort hid something in a location saturated with old magic, we'd be able to sense it. You can track Horcruxes through dimensional energy? I can track anything that disrupts the natural flow of reality. And a piece of fractured soul definitely qualifies as a disruption. Morgana opened the book, revealing pages covered in complex diagrams. It's not precise, but it gives us a starting point. Harry looked at the map, at the scattered marks indicating magical hotspots. Where do we start? Here. Morgana pointed to a cluster of marks in the south of England. Little Hangleton, the village where Voldemort's father lived, where his grandparents are buried. It's saturated with dark resonance, and according to Covenant records, there's been unusual dimensional activity there for decades. The ring was found near there, Hermione said. Dumbledore mentioned the Gaunt Shack, which suggests Voldemort uses personally significant locations. Morgana traced a line on the map. If there are other Horcruxes hidden in the area, we might be able to find them. Ron leaned forward, studying the map. What about Hogwarts itself? You said he's obsessed with the place. Possible. But Hogwarts has wards that would make hiding something extremely difficult. Morgana frowned. Unless he hid it before the current wards were established. When he was a student, perhaps. The room of requirement, Harry said suddenly. Everyone looked at him. It's a room that appears when you need it. Changes based on what you're looking for. If Voldemort needed somewhere to hide something, a room that only exists when needed would be nearly impossible to search. Hermione's expression was thoughtful. But if we knew exactly what we were looking for. Ravenclaw's diadem. Harry felt certainty settle in his chest. He'd want to hide it at Hogwarts, his true home, the place where he became Lord Voldemort. And the room of requirement would be perfect. That's speculation, Morgana cautioned. It's strategy. Harry met her eyes. We can't search everywhere at once. We need to prioritize. Little Hangleton first, then Hogwarts. If we're wrong, we adjust. Morgana studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You're thinking like a commander. I'm thinking like someone who's tired of being on defense. Good. Morgana rolled up the map and tucked it into her robes. We leave for Little Hangleton tomorrow night. Get some rest. We'll need all our strength. The village of Little Hangleton was exactly as miserable as Harry expected. They arrived via the old roads, materializing in a copse of dead trees overlooking a valley that seemed to exist in perpetual twilight. The main village was visible below, a handful of houses clustered around a church, all of them showing signs of long neglect. Charming, Ron muttered. Really welcoming. The Riddle family owned the manor on the hill. Morgana pointed to a large house overlooking the village, dark windows staring down like empty eyes. The Gaunts lived in a shack on the other side of the valley. Both locations are saturated with death. Harry could feel it, a weight in the air, a wrongness that reminded him of the dimensional breaches but different. This was human darkness, concentrated over decades. Murder and madness soaked into the very soil. Where do we start? The Gaunt Shack. Morgana led them down the hill, moving with the confidence of someone who'd navigated worse terrain. That's where Dumbledore found the ring. If there's another Horcrux hidden nearby, it would be there. They walked in silence, the village growing closer but no more inviting. Harry noticed that lights were visible in some of the windows, but no one was outside. No sounds of life, no movement. Do people still live here? A few. Morgana's voice was quiet. They don't talk about what happened. They don't talk about much of anything. Places like this, the darkness sinks into people, changes them. The Gaunt Shack was exactly what the name implied. A dilapidated structure that had probably been falling apart even before Voldemort was born. The door hung off its hinges. The windows were broken, and the entire building seemed to be held together by sheer stubbornness. "Dumbledore's been here already," Hermione said, noting the scorch marks on the frame. "Those are curse-breaking signatures." He took the ring but didn't search thoroughly. Morgana approached the shack carefully, her hands extended to sense the magical currents. The dimensional resonance here is strange. Layered. Layered how? Like someone cast multiple protections at different times. Morgana stopped at the threshold, her golden eyes narrowing. Tom Riddle was here at least twice. Once as a teenager, once as Voldemort. The magical signatures are decades apart. Harry stepped up beside her, reaching out with his own senses. The Covenant training was helping. He could feel the wrongness Morgana described, the way reality bunched and twisted around certain points. There. He pointed to a spot on the floor, near what remained of the fireplace. "Something's under there." Morgana nodded slowly. "Good. Your sensitivity is improving." She knelt beside the spot and placed both hands on the rotting wood. "Let me check for traps." What followed was several minutes of careful probing, Morgana's magic flickering around the floorboards like water testing for cracks. Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched in tense silence. "Curse layered on curse," Morgana finally said. "Whoever comes here unprepared would be dead before they knew what hit them." She looked up at Harry. "But I can feel your blood resonance. The protections recognize you as not a threat, exactly. More like they're confused. They weren't designed for someone connected to both Voldemort and me. I can get through?" Carefully, very carefully. Morgana stood and stepped back. "The traps will hesitate before triggering. That hesitation is your window. Reach through, grab whatever's there, and pull it out before the curses decide to kill you anyway." "Brilliant." Harry knelt beside the floorboards. "Just reach into the cursed hole. Simple. Would you prefer I do it?" "No. My blood, my risk." Harry took a breath, centered himself the way Morgana had taught him, and plunged his hand through the rotting wood. The curses hit immediately, not with full force but probing, testing. He felt dark magic sliding over his skin like oil, trying to decide if he was prey. His blood seemed to respond, and Harry had the sudden, disorienting sensation of two different magical signatures recognizing each other. His fingers closed around something small and cold. He yanked his hand back just as the curses decided to attack. Dark energy sliced through the space where his arm had been, powerful enough to reduce the surrounding floorboards to ash. "Harry!" Hermione's voice was sharp with fear. "I'm fine." Harry opened his hand, revealing a small golden locket on a broken chain. "And I got it." The locket was heavier than it looked, its surface engraved with an ornate S. Harry could feel something inside. Not just metal, but consciousness. Malevolent awareness pressed against his palm, radiating hatred and hunger. "That's it," Morgana breathed. "Slytherin's locket. One of the Horcruxes. I can feel it." Harry's voice was tight. "It knows I'm here. It's angry. Don't listen to it. Horcruxes manipulate, corrupt. The fragment of soul inside will try to turn you against yourself." Morgana produced a small bag from her robes. "Put it in here. The containment should block most of its influence." Harry dropped the locket into the bag and felt immediate relief as its presence faded to a dull pressure. His heart was still racing, but the sense of being watched diminished. "One down," Ron said weakly. "How many more to go?" "At least 3, maybe 4. Harry secured the bag inside his robes. "But this is a start. A good start." Morgana was smiling, genuinely smiling, with something like pride. "You handled that well. The curses, the retrieval, all of it. You're becoming someone Voldemort should fear. I'm not there yet. No. But you're closer than you were. Morgana turned toward the shack's entrance. Let's search the rest of the area. If there are other caches. She stopped. Standing in the doorway, blocking their exit, was a figure in black robes. A silver mask covered their face, but Harry recognized the posture. The barely contained violence. Death Eater. Well, the voice was female, aristocratic, dripping with mock pleasantness. What do we have here? The Potter boy, breaking into properties that don't belong to him. And his little friends too. How delightful. The mask came off, and Harry found himself staring at Bellatrix Lestrange. I knew the Dark Lord was right to post guards here, Bellatrix continued, drawing her wand with theatrical slowness. After Dumbledore's theft, he suspected more vermin might come sniffing around. But I never expected the vermin to deliver itself so conveniently. Bellatrix. Morgana's voice was calm. I've heard of you, the Dark Lord's most devoted servant. And you are. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. I don't recognize you. Not one of Dumbledore's usual pets. No, I'm something much older. Morgana stepped forward, putting herself between Bellatrix and the others. Harry, take your friends and go. I'll handle this. I'm not leaving you. You have the Horcrux. That's more important than any single battle. Morgana's voice was sharp. Go. Now. Bellatrix laughed. Oh, isn't that sweet? The mysterious stranger thinks she can handle me alone. Shall we test that theory? She moved fast, faster than Harry expected, her wand spitting green light. But Morgana was faster. She didn't dodge so much as shift, her body blurring slightly as reality bent around her. The killing curse passed through the space she'd occupied and exploded against the far wall. Interesting. Bellatrix's smile widened. Not just a pretty face. The Dark Lord will want to meet you. The Dark Lord can wait his turn. Morgana's hands came up, and golden light gathered between her palms. I have centuries of frustration to work through first. The battle that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever witnessed. Bellatrix was skilled, horrifyingly skilled, her spells coming in rapid combinations that would have overwhelmed most opponents. But Morgana wasn't most opponents. She moved like water, like wind, like something that existed outside the normal rules of combat. Curses passed through her, around her, never quite connecting. And when she struck back, her magic hit with the weight of ages. Harry, we need to go. Hermione grabbed his arm. She's buying us time. Harry wanted to stay to help, but he could see the logic. The Horcrux was more important than pride. If they lost it here, everything they'd accomplished would be meaningless. The old roads, he said. We can open them from here. Ron was already pulling out the keystone, his hands shaking. How do we... like this? Harry grabbed the stone and focused, feeling for the spaces between spaces. The old roads responded to his blood now, recognizing him as a guardian. A tear opened in the air behind them. Not a breach, but a doorway. Go! Morgana shouted, deflecting a curse that would have taken Harry's head off. I'll find you. They went. The old roads spit them out in the forbidden forest, gasping and stumbling. Harry hit the ground hard, the Horcrux's bag pressing against his chest like a physical weight. For a moment, all he could do was lie there, staring at the dark canopy above. Did that just happen? Ron's voice was strangled. Did we just break into Voldemort's hiding spot and steal his soul? Part of his soul. Hermione was already checking them for injuries. Harry, are you hurt? I'm fine. Harry pushed himself upright. Morgana can take care of herself. Hermione's voice was firm. She's been doing this for 15 centuries. Bellatrix is dangerous, but she's not that dangerous. You saw how fast Bellatrix was. I also saw how fast Morgana was. Hermione met his eyes. Trust her. She told you to go because the mission mattered more than the fight. Don't second-guess that. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to run back, find a way to help. But Hermione was right. Morgana had made a tactical decision, and doubting it now wouldn't help anyone. The Horcrux, he said, pulling the bag from his robes. We need to destroy it. How? Ron peered at the bag like it might bite him. Those things are supposed to be nearly indestructible. Basilisk venom. Hermione's voice was thoughtful. That's what destroyed the diary, right? The Chamber of Secrets still has the basilisk's corpse. There should be venom in the fangs. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry felt something shift in his chest. I haven't been there since second year. No time like the present. Hermione stood, brushing leaves off her robes. Can you still open it? The Parseltongue entrance. Harry thought about it. He hadn't spoken Parseltongue intentionally in years. The ability had always felt tainted, a connection to Voldemort he didn't want to acknowledge. But if it could destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul, let's find out. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was exactly as Harry remembered. A sink in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, unremarkable except for the tiny snake carved into one of the taps. This is really it? Ron stared at the sink dubiously. The entrance to Slytherin's secret murder chamber is in a girl's bathroom? Salazar Slytherin had an interesting sense of humor. Harry stepped up to the sink and focused. The Parseltongue came easier than expected, hissing out of him like it had been waiting for permission. Open. The sink shuddered, then began to move. Pipes shifted, porcelain slid aside, and a dark tunnel opened in the floor. After you, Ron said weakly. The slide down was as uncomfortable as Harry remembered. All sharp turns and unknown debris. They landed in a pile at the bottom, covered in dust and something Harry preferred not to identify. Lovely. Hermione cast a cleaning charm on herself, then on the others. Which way? Straight ahead. Harry led them through the tunnels, past the shed snake skin that still lay where it had been 4 years ago, toward the great door marked with serpents. The chamber itself was unchanged, vast and dark, columns carved with more snakes stretching toward a ceiling lost in shadow. And at the far end, exactly where Harry had killed it, lay the corpse of the basilisk. Bloody hell! Ron's voice echoed in the cavernous space. You actually killed that thing? When you were 12. I had help. Harry approached the corpse carefully. The basilisk had decayed somewhat over the years, but its massive skull remained intact, jaws still gaping in its final death rictus. Fawkes saved me, and the Sorting Hat gave me the sword. He knelt beside the skull and examined the fangs. Most were still intact, massive, curved, dripping with ancient venom that seemed to glow faintly in the wandlight. This should work. Harry pulled the bag from his robes and removed the locket, holding it by the chain. Basilisk venom destroys Horcruxes. I just need to. The locket burst open. Dark mist erupted from inside, coalescing into a figure that Harry recognized with horrified certainty. Tom Riddle, young, handsome, twisted with rage, stood before them, formed from shadow and malice. Did you think it would be that easy? The apparition's voice was Voldemort's, cold and cruel. Did you think you could destroy me without consequence? It's not real. Hermione's voice was tight. It's a defense mechanism like the diary. Don't listen to it. Not real. The Shadow Riddle laughed. I'm more real than you know, Mudblood. I've been inside your precious hero's head. I've seen his fears, his doubts, his failures. The mist shifted, forming new shapes. Harry saw himself lying dead, saw Sirius in his hospital bed, saw Morgana, bleeding, broken, saw everyone he loved destroyed while he watched helplessly. You can't save them. Riddle's voice was a whisper now, intimate and poisonous. You've never been able to save anyone. Your parents died for you. Cedric died beside you. Sirius nearly died because of you. Everyone who gets close to Harry Potter ends up suffering. Harry, don't listen. Hermione started. She'll die too, you know? Riddle turned his attention to Hermione. The Mudblood, your favorite pet. When I'm restored, I'll make sure her death is slow, painful. I'll make you watch. Something snapped in Harry's chest. Not fear, not despair, rage. You talk too much. Harry's voice was flat and cold, just like the real Voldemort. Always so confident, always so certain. You know what that confidence gets you. He raised the locket and slammed it down on the basilisk fang. Destroyed. The venom hit the Horcrux, and the shadow riddle screamed. The sound was inhuman. Pure agony, pure fury, as the fragment of soul writhed and burned. Dark mist boiled away, consumed by the basilisk's poison. And then it was over. The locket lay smoking on the floor, cracked and blackened. The malevolent presence inside finally silent. 2 down. Harry's voice was steady. 4 to go. Ron and Hermione stared at him, expressions caught between admiration and concern. Harry, Hermione started. I'm fine. He picked up the destroyed Horcrux and tucked it into his robes. Let's get out of here. We still need to find Morgana. They climbed out of the chamber in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The shadows seemed to press closer now, darker, as if the chamber itself resented their intrusion. But Harry barely noticed. He was thinking about Riddle's words, about the people who'd suffered because of him, the people still at risk. And he was thinking about something else too. The Horcrux had tried to break him. It had shown him his worst fears, his deepest doubts. And he'd destroyed it anyway. Maybe that was what being strong really meant. Not the absence of fear, but the ability to act despite it. He was still thinking about it when they emerged into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and found Morgana waiting for them. She looked terrible, robes torn, a cut on her cheek that was still bleeding, exhaustion carved into every line of her face. But she was alive. You made it, Harry breathed. I always make it. Morgana's smile was thin but real. Bellatrix won't be bothering anyone for a while. And I brought a gift. She held up her hand, revealing a golden cup engraved with a badger. Hufflepuff's cup, Hermione gasped. But how? Bellatrix was carrying it. A reward from her master, apparently, for loyal service. Morgana's expression was grim. 3 Horcruxes in one night. I call that progress. Harry stared at the cup, at the woman who'd fought a battle alone so they could escape, at his friends who'd stood beside him through everything. The war was still coming. Voldemort was still out there. The Covenant, the Veil, the Archon. All of it still loomed on the horizon. But for the first time, Harry felt like he might actually win. Let's destroy this one too, he said. And then let's plan our next move. Morgana's smile widened. Now you're thinking like a queen's consort. Is that what I am? You're whatever you choose to be. Morgana handed him the cup. Right now, choose to be victorious. Harry took the cup and led the way back to the chamber. 3 down. 3 to go. The tide was turning. Chapter 6. The summit of enemies. The cup shattered with a sound like breaking glass, and the scream that followed echoed through the Chamber of Secrets for what felt like hours. Harry stood over the remains, basilisk fang still in hand, watching the dark mist dissipate into nothing. This one had fought harder than the locket. Hufflepuff's cup had conjured images of Cedric, of the graveyard, of every failure that haunted Harry's nightmares. But he'd pushed through. 3 Horcruxes in one night. Hermione's voice was awed. That has to be some kind of record. It's a start. Harry dropped the fang and wiped his hands on his robes. We still don't know where the others are. The diadem might be in Hogwarts, Ron offered. The room of requirement, like you said. Might be. And there's still Nagini, Voldemort's snake. Dumbledore thinks she's a Horcrux too. That's 5. Morgana was leaning against one of the serpent columns, exhaustion visible in every line of her body. You said he made 6. What's the last one? Harry hesitated. This was the part he hadn't told anyone, the suspicion that had been growing since his conversation with Dumbledore, the terrible possibility he didn't want to face. I don't know, he said. Dumbledore has theories, but nothing concrete. Morgana's golden eyes narrowed. You're lying. I'm not. Harry. Her voice was sharp. We agreed. No secrets. If there's something you know about the Horcruxes, we need to hear it. The silence stretched. Ron and Hermione were watching him with growing concern, and Harry felt the weight of the secret pressing down on his chest. Me, he finally said. Dumbledore thinks the last Horcrux might be me. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. What? Hermione's voice cracked. That's not possible. Horcruxes are created intentionally, through murder. You can't just accidentally. The night Voldemort killed my parents. Harry's voice was hollow. When the killing curse rebounded. Dumbledore thinks a piece of Voldemort's soul broke off and attached to me. That's why I can speak Parseltongue. Why I see through his eyes sometimes. Why the connection exists at all. That's insane. Ron was pale. If you're a Horcrux, then to destroy Voldemort completely, I have to die. Harry met their eyes. Yeah, I figured that part out. Morgana pushed off from the column and crossed to him in 3 quick strides. Her hand closed around his arm, grip tight enough to bruise. Look at me. Her voice was fierce. Is this what Dumbledore told you? That you have to die to defeat Voldemort? Not in so many words. But nothing. Morgana's golden eyes were blazing. Harry, I have studied soul magic for longer than Dumbledore has been alive. Horcruxes are not simple things, and their destruction is not as absolute as he's suggesting. What do you mean? I mean there are ways to remove a soul fragment without killing the host. Morgana released his arm and started pacing, her exhaustion seemingly forgotten. The process is dangerous, yes. Difficult, certainly, but not impossible. Dumbledore is either ignorant of these methods or deliberately withholding them. Why would he withhold them? Because your death serves his purposes. Morgana's voice was bitter. The prophecy says one of you has to kill the other. If you die destroying the Horcrux inside you, Voldemort is weakened enough that even Dumbledore could finish him. A neat, clean solution that preserves the old man's power structure. You don't know that. I know how men like him think. Morgana stopped pacing and faced him directly. Harry, I'm not saying Dumbledore wants you dead. I'm saying he's accepted your death as an acceptable outcome. There's a difference, but not much of one. Harry's mind was racing. He wanted to defend Dumbledore, to insist that the headmaster wouldn't sacrifice him so callously. But the memory of their last conversation was fresh. Dumbledore's evasions, his talk of love and sacrifice, his complete lack of concrete plans. Can you do it? He asked quietly. Remove the Horcrux without killing me? I can try. Morgana's expression was serious. But not yet. The ritual requires preparation, specific materials, and time we don't currently have. First, we need to destroy the other Horcruxes. Weaken Voldemort as much as possible before we attempt something this delicate. So we find the diadem. And Nagini. Yes, and then we deal with the fragment inside you. Morgana put her hand on his shoulder, her touch gentler than before. You're not going to die, Harry. Not if I have anything to say about it. And if you're wrong? If the only way to end this is, then we find another way. We always find another way. Morgana's smile was thin but real. I didn't survive 15 centuries by accepting impossible odds. Neither will you. Harry looked at his friends. At Hermione, crying silently, at Ron, jaw set with determination, and felt something warm spread through his chest despite everything. Okay, he said. Let's find the diadem. They returned to the castle as dawn was breaking, exhausted and filthy but triumphant. 3 Horcruxes destroyed in a single night. 3 steps closer to ending Voldemort's immortality. Harry barely had time to shower before the summons came. Potter. McGonagall's voice was clipped as she caught him in the Gryffindor common room. The headmaster's office. Now. Professor, I need to. Now, Mr. Potter. And I'd suggest you bring whatever explanation you've prepared for your absence last night. Harry exchanged a look with Ron and Hermione, then followed McGonagall through the castle. Dumbledore's office was crowded when they arrived. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Snape lurked in one corner, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with undisguised suspicion. And standing by the window, arms crossed over his chest, was someone Harry hadn't expected. Mad-Eye Moody. Or rather, the real Mad-Eye Moody. The one who'd spent a year locked in a trunk while Barty Crouch Jr. wore his face. Potter. Moody's magical eye swiveled to focus on him. You've been busy. I don't know what you mean. Don't play stupid, boy. It doesn't suit you. Moody stumped forward, his wooden leg thudding against the floor. 3 Horcruxes. 3 in one night when Dumbledore spent years tracking down 2. Either you're the luckiest wizard alive or you've had help. Harry kept his expression neutral. I've learned some things. What things? From who? Snape's voice was silky. The wards detected unusual magical signatures near Hogwarts last night. Old magic. Very old. Care to explain? I don't answer to you, Professor. You answer to all of us. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but carried weight. Harry, I understand you're angry with me. But 3 Horcruxes, the locket, the cup, and the diary I destroyed years ago, that's half of Tom's soul anchors. You've accomplished something remarkable. I simply want to understand how. Harry looked at the assembled faces. Dumbledore's carefully neutral concern, Snape's open hostility, Moody's calculating assessment. These were supposed to be his allies, but none of them felt like allies right now. They felt like interrogators. I found a teacher, he said finally. Someone who knows things Hogwarts doesn't teach. They've been helping me prepare. Who? Snape demanded. That's my business. The Dark Lord is everyone's business, Potter. If you've been consorting with Severus. Dumbledore raised a hand. Let him speak. Harry took a breath. He'd known this moment would come eventually. The confrontation, the demands for explanation, the inevitable conflict between his new path and his old life. I've been learning, he said carefully. Real magic. The kind that actually works against Voldemort. And yeah, I found the Horcruxes. We tracked them, we retrieved them, we destroyed them. That's what matters, isn't it? What matters is whether you can be trusted. Moody's voice was gruff. Albus has been handling you with kid gloves since you were 11. Maybe it's time for a more direct approach. What's that supposed to mean? It means I want to know where you've been, who you've been talking to, and what exactly you've been doing with your nights. Moody's magical eye fixed on him with uncomfortable intensity. The Order has sources, Potter. Whispers about ancient magic being practiced near Hogwarts. Rumors of a woman seen in the Forbidden Forest. A woman who shouldn't exist. Harry's blood went cold. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you? Moody stepped closer, his scarred face inches from Harry's. Morgana Le Fay. The name ring any bells. The silence that followed was absolute. Alastair. Dumbledore's voice was sharp. That's enough. Is it? The boy's been meeting with a legendary dark witch, and you want me to be polite about it. Moody turned to face the headmaster. You've been making excuses for him for years, Albus. His connection to the Dark Lord, his outbursts, his disregard for rules. Now he's consorting with something out of nightmare. And you still want to handle it gently? Morgana Le Fay is a myth. Snape's voice was flat. A bedtime story to frighten children. She's real. Everyone turned to look at Harry. He hadn't meant to say it. The words just came out, pulled by the weight of the moment. And she's not what the stories say. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Surprise, concern, and something else. Calculation, maybe. The look of a chess player realizing the board had changed. Harry. His voice was careful. If Morgana Le Fay truly exists, if she's truly been teaching you, she's not evil. Harry cut him off. She's powerful, yes. Dangerous, definitely. But she's helped me more in 2 months than anyone at Hogwarts has in 5 years. She sealed the barrier between worlds, Moody growled. She was imprisoned because she threatened reality itself. She was imprisoned because Merlin was afraid of her. Because she knew too much and wouldn't be controlled. Harry's voice was rising. Sound familiar? Because it sounds a lot like what you've been doing to me. Harry, no. I'm done. Harry stepped back from the group, putting distance between himself and their accusations. You want to know why I trust Morgana? Because she told me the truth. About the prophecy, about the Horcruxes, about the fact that I might have to die to defeat Voldemort. She told me, and then she offered to help me find another way. What have any of you offered except secrets and manipulation? We have protected you. You've used me. All of you. The Order, the Ministry, Hogwarts. I'm just a weapon to everyone. The boy who lived, the chosen one, the sacrifice waiting to happen. Harry's wandless magic crackled around him, responding to his emotions. Morgana's the first person who's treated me like a person. And yeah, maybe that means I'm being manipulated too. But at least with her, I know what I'm getting. The room was silent. Dumbledore's face was unreadable. Snape's expression had shifted from hostility to something more complex. And Moody's magical eye was fixed on a point behind Harry, widening with shock. You're not wrong, you know? The voice came from the doorway. Harry spun and found Morgana standing there, golden eyes gleaming with amusement. About being manipulated, I mean, everyone manipulates everyone to one degree or another. The question is whether the manipulation serves your interests or just theirs. She stepped into the office, her presence filling the room despite her average height. Hello, Albus. It's been a long time since I've had the pleasure of meeting a supreme mugwump, though I suppose that title didn't exist when I was last awake. Morgana Le Fay. Dumbledore's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry could see tension in every line of his body. I had hoped the reports were exaggerated. They usually are. Morgana stopped beside Harry, her hand finding his shoulder. I'm not here to fight, if that's what you're worried about. Quite the opposite, actually. Then why are you here? Because Harry's right. He's been caught between forces that see him as a tool, and he deserves better. Morgana's golden eyes swept the room. You've all failed him. The Ministry, the Order, even you, Dumbledore. You knew about the Horcruxes for years and did almost nothing. You knew about the prophecy and hid it. You watched him suffer through Umbridge's torture and offered excuses instead of intervention. The situation was complicated. The situation was convenient. Morgana's voice was sharp. Harry's suffering kept him isolated, dependent, controllable. An abused weapon is a loyal weapon. Isn't that the theory? That's not fair. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but strained. Everything I've done has been to protect him. And how well has that worked? Morgana spread her hands. He's standing here, marked by Voldemort, haunted by prophecy, and only still alive because he's learned to protect himself. Your protection has been a cage, Dumbledore. Nothing more. The silence stretched. Harry watched the faces around him. Dumbledore's careful control, Snape's guarded expression, Moody's barely contained hostility. What do you want? Dumbledore finally asked. An alliance. Morgana's words fell like stones into water. The veil is deteriorating. Forces older than Voldemort are stirring. And while you've been playing chess with Dark Lords, the fabric of reality has been coming apart at the seams. The veil. Moody's voice was sharp. What do you know about the veil? I know I'm the reason it exists. I know my awakening has accelerated its decay. And I know that if we don't work together, all of us, then Voldemort will be the least of our problems. Morgana met Dumbledore's eyes. You want to save the wizarding world? Then stop treating Harry like a pawn and start treating him like a partner. Because right now, he and I are the only ones who can repair what's breaking. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Harry could see him thinking, calculating, weighing the risks against the potential benefits. If I agree to this alliance, he finally said, what guarantees do I have that you won't betray us? None. Morgana's smile was thin. Just as I have no guarantees you won't betray me. That's the nature of alliances. They're built on mutual interest, not mutual trust. Our interests align. For now, that's enough. And what exactly are these aligned interests? Destroying Voldemort, repairing the veil, preventing the Archon from consuming reality. Morgana ticked off the points on her fingers. Small things, really, barely worth mentioning. The Archon. Dumbledore's composure cracked slightly. You're telling me the Archon is a real threat? The Archon is the only threat that matters. Everything else, Voldemort, the Ministry, your precious order, is irrelevant if the barrier between worlds fails. Morgana's voice was grim. I've been holding that barrier together for 15 centuries. Now that I'm awake, the power source is gone. We have perhaps a year before critical failure. A year. Maybe less. The breaches are accelerating. Harry's already fought one entity that came through. There will be more. Harry watched Dumbledore process this information. The old man's face went through a series of expressions. Denial, calculation, resignation, before settling into something like acceptance. I need to verify these claims independently. Of course you do. I'd be worried if you didn't. Morgana inclined her head. Shall I provide you with access to my research? The Covenant's records, the breach maps, all of it. Full transparency. That would be appreciated. Then we have an accord. Provisional, pending verification, but an accord nonetheless. Morgana turned to Harry. Come, we have work to do. Harry stays. Dumbledore's voice was firm. Whatever arrangement we reach, he's still a student at this school. He's also the only person besides me who can repair the veil. The Covenant has recognized him as a guardian. Morgana's eyes glittered. Your school term means very little in that context. Nevertheless, let him choose. The words came from an unexpected source. Snape, still lurking in his corner. Dark eyes fixed on the scene with unreadable intensity. Potter's been given no choices his entire life. Let him make this one. Harry stared at his potions professor. This was the man who'd tormented him for 5 years, who'd made every class a humiliation, who seemed to despise Harry's very existence. And now he was advocating for Harry's autonomy? Severus, Dumbledore started. No, Albus. Snape stepped forward, his voice carrying unusual weight. I've watched you manage this boy since he arrived. Watched you keep him ignorant, keep him vulnerable, keep him dependent on guidance only you could provide. Perhaps it's time for a different approach. You believe he should go with her? I believe he should decide for himself. Something he's never truly been allowed to do. Snape's eyes met Harry's. Choose, Potter. Stay here under Dumbledore's protection, or walk out that door with a legendary dark witch. Either way, the consequences are yours. The room waited. Harry looked at Dumbledore, at the man who'd been his guiding star for 5 years, whose approval he'd craved, whose disappointment had cut deeper than any curse. He looked at Morgana, at the woman who'd appeared from nowhere and offered him everything he'd ever wanted. Knowledge, power, the chance to be more than a weapon. And he looked at his own hands, still marked by the Covenant's silver symbol, still carrying the scars of Umbridge's quill. I'll stay at Hogwarts, he said quietly. For now. But I'm done being managed, Dumbledore. From here on, I'm part of the planning. All of it. No more secrets. Dumbledore's expression flickered. Relief, disappointment, something else, before settling into neutral acceptance. Very well. We'll reconvene tomorrow to discuss next steps. And I'll remain close, Morgana added. Harry still has training to complete. The Covenant won't wait for school terms to end. Understood. Dumbledore turned to Moody and Snape. Gentlemen, I believe we have much to discuss. Harry, you may go. Harry left the office with Morgana beside him, aware of every eye following their exit. They walked in silence until they reached the 7th floor, far from any listening ears. That went better than expected, Morgana finally said. Did it? I basically just told Dumbledore I don't trust him. You told him you're not a child anymore. There's a difference. Morgana stopped beside a window overlooking the grounds. He'll adjust. Men like him always do. They're survivors above all else. You think he'll actually work with us? I think he'll work with us until it stops serving his interests. Then he'll try to betray us. Morgana's smile was thin. That's just the nature of power. The question is whether we'll be ready when it happens. And if we're not, then we improvise. Morgana put her hand on his shoulder. You did well in there, Harry. Standing up to him, demanding to be treated as an equal. That took courage. It felt more like stupidity. Often the same thing. Morgana squeezed his shoulder and stepped back. Get some rest. Tomorrow we hunt the diadem. She vanished into the shadows before Harry could respond, leaving him alone in the corridor with his thoughts. The next few days were a blur of activity. The uneasy alliance with Dumbledore proved more productive than Harry expected. The old man's knowledge of Hogwarts secrets, combined with Morgana's understanding of magical artifacts, narrowed down the likely location of the diadem considerably. The Room of Requirement, Dumbledore confirmed during one of their planning sessions. It's the only location in the castle where Tom could have hidden something without my knowledge. The room responds to need, and Tom needed a hiding place even Dumbledore couldn't find. How do we search it? Hermione asked. The room changes based on what you're looking for. By looking for what he hid. Morgana was examining a map of the castle, her golden eyes tracing ley lines that only she could see. Tom Riddle needed a place to hide something valuable. That's the intent we focus on. They found the diadem on a Thursday evening. Harry walked past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy 3 times, focusing on the need to find a hiding place, and the door appeared. Behind it lay a space unlike anything he'd seen in Hogwarts. An impossibly large room filled with towers of discarded objects, centuries of junk accumulated by generations of students. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. This is going to take forever. Not necessarily. Morgana stepped through the door, her hands extended like she was feeling for something. The diadem is a Horcrux. It'll have a signature wrongness like the others. Harry, can you feel it? Harry closed his eyes and reached out with the senses the Covenant had awakened. The room was a chaos of magical signatures, decades of enchantments layered over each other. But beneath it all, hidden but present, he felt it. A spot of darkness. A wound in reality. There. He pointed toward a tower of broken furniture near the far wall. It's in there somewhere. They picked their way through the debris, climbing over chairs and desks and things Harry couldn't identify. The darkness grew stronger as they approached, and by the time they reached the tower, Harry's mark was burning. That one. He pointed to a bust wearing a tiara, silver and elegant, etched with an eagle. Ravenclaw's diadem. Hermione reached for it. Don't touch it. Morgana's warning came too late. Hermione's fingers brushed the metal, and the room exploded with darkness. The shadow that erupted from the diadem was different from the others. Where the locket and cup had been defensive, trying to break Harry's will, this one attacked immediately. Tendrils of dark energy lashed out, wrapping around Hermione's arm, pulling her toward the Horcrux. Get back! Harry threw fire without thinking, raw power that slammed into the shadow and made it recoil. But it didn't release Hermione. More tendrils emerged, wrapping around her chest, her legs, dragging her closer to the diadem even as she screamed. Harry! Ron was trying to reach her, but the shadows blocked him, forming a barrier between them. The fragment is stronger than the others. Morgana's voice was tight. Decades of absorbing ambient magic in a school full of children. We need to destroy it now. I don't have basilisk venom. Then use something else. Morgana threw her own power at the shadows, golden light clashing with darkness. Your fire, intensify it. Pure destruction, absolute annihilation. Burn it out of existence. Harry looked at Hermione, at his best friend, being consumed by a piece of Voldemort's soul, and felt something break open inside him. Not rage this time, not fear, something deeper. The fire that erupted from his hands wasn't orange or red. It was white, pure, blinding, hot enough to make the air itself scream. He poured everything into it, every ounce of power he possessed, every emotion he'd ever felt. The flames hit the diadem and the shadows shrieked. For a moment, Harry thought it wouldn't be enough. The darkness fought back, pushing against his fire, trying to survive. But the white flames were relentless, burning through shadow and metal and soul with equal fury. The diadem melted. The shadows dissolved. Hermione collapsed to the ground, gasping, and the room fell silent. "Four down," Ron said weakly, rushing to Hermione's side. "That just leaves Nagini." Harry lowered his hands, which were shaking with exhaustion. "And me." Morgana approached the spot where the diadem had been. Nothing remained but a scorch mark on the stone floor. "That was fiend fire," she said quietly. "You summoned fiend fire without a wand." without an incantation. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Hermione was dying. Yes, she was. Morgana turned to face him, and her expression was unreadable. And you saved her by wielding one of the most destructive forces in existence through sheer force of will. Is that bad? It's terrifying. Morgana's smile was thin. And exactly what we need. They gathered the destroyed Horcrux's remains, a few fragments of melted silver, and helped Hermione to her feet. She was pale and shaking, but alive. "Thank you," she whispered, gripping Harry's hand. "I thought, when the shadows grabbed me, you're okay." Harry squeezed back. "That's what matters." They made their way out of the room of requirement, leaving the chaos of hidden objects behind. 4 Horcruxes destroyed, 2 remaining. Harry tried not to think about the fact that he was one of them. The attack came 3 days later. Harry was in the Great Hall, eating breakfast, trying to pretend everything was normal. Ron and Hermione sat across from him, Morgana's absence noticeable. She'd returned to the tomb to prepare the ritual that might save Harry's life. Then the ceiling exploded. Chunks of enchanted stone rained down as the protective wards shattered. Students screamed, diving under tables, and Harry was on his feet before he consciously decided to move. Through the hole in the ceiling, dark figures descended, Death Eaters, dozens of them, wands blazing with curses. And at their head, floating serenely through the destruction, was Lord Voldemort himself. "Good morning, Hogwarts." Voldemort's voice carried through the chaos, somehow audible over the screams. "I do hope I'm not interrupting breakfast." Harry's scar exploded with pain. He'd felt Voldemort before. Echoes through their connection, glimpses of emotion. But this was different. This was proximity, power, the full weight of the Dark Lord's presence pressing against his consciousness. Harry Potter. Voldemort descended to the floor of the Great Hall, Death Eaters fanning out around him. "I've been looking forward to this conversation." "Can't say the same." Harry's wandless magic crackled around his fists. "You're a bit early for visiting hours." "Always the humor. Just like your father." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in something like a smile. "But unlike your father, you have something I want. Several somethings, actually. The Horcruxes." Harry's stomach clenched. "You know, I felt them die. Every one." Voldemort's red eyes blazed. "For pieces of my soul, destroyed in a matter of weeks. Impressive, I must admit. Dumbledore's been trying to accomplish that for decades. Maybe you should have hidden them better. Perhaps. Or perhaps I should simply eliminate the problem at its source." Voldemort raised his wand. "You've been useful, Harry. A worthy adversary, even. But I'm afraid the game ends here." Stupefy. The curse came from behind Voldemort. Dumbledore, appearing from nowhere, his wand blazing with power. The Dark Lord deflected it almost casually, turning to face this new threat. "Albus, so good of you to join us." "Tom." Dumbledore's voice was cold. "I thought I'd taught you better manners than attacking schools. You taught me many things, most of them wrong." Voldemort's wand came up. "Shall we finish what we started at the Ministry?" The duel that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever witnessed. Dumbledore and Voldemort moved at speeds that shouldn't have been possible, spells flying between them in patterns too complex to follow. The Great Hall became a war zone. Tables exploding, walls cracking, the ancient magic of Hogwarts itself groaning under the strain. "Harry, we need to move." Hermione grabbed his arm. "While they're distracted." "Not yet." Harry's eyes were fixed on the battle. Something's wrong. He could feel it through the connection. Voldemort's emotions bleeding through despite the Covenant training. The Dark Lord wasn't fighting to win. He was fighting to delay. "It's a distraction." Harry's blood went cold. "This whole attack, it's a distraction." "From what?" "From..." Harry's mark burned suddenly, brighter than ever before. "The Veil. Something's happening at the Veil. A breach. A massive breach, larger than anything they'd encountered." Harry could feel it through the Covenant bond, reality tearing, something forcing its way through. "We have to go." Harry grabbed Ron and Hermione. Now, we can't just leave. If we don't, there won't be anything left to save. Harry pulled them toward the nearest exit. Dumbledore can handle Voldemort. The veil can't handle what's coming. They ran. The Forbidden Forest was burning. Not with normal fire, with dimensional energy, reality itself igniting as the breach expanded. Harry could see it from the edge of the trees. A tear in the sky, easily 100 feet across, spewing darkness and wrongness into the world. And coming through it, vast and terrible, was something Harry had hoped never to see. The Archon's lieutenant. The entity from Scotland, the one they'd barely managed to repel. It had found another way through. Oh God! Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. That thing, stay back. Harry stepped forward, his mark blazing. Both of you, this is what I was trained for. Harry, you can't fight that alone. I'm not alone. Morgana materialized beside him, golden eyes fixed on the entity with cold fury. The breach is too large. We can't seal it from here. Then we kill it first. Harry's wandless magic gathered in his hands. Not fire this time, but pure dimensional energy, drawn from the Covenant bond. Drive it back, collapse the breach behind it. That's never been done. There's a first time for everything. They moved together, Harry and Morgana, their powers combining in ways that shouldn't have been possible. The lieutenant sensed them coming and turned, its millions of eyes focusing with terrible recognition. Guardian blood, it whispered in Harry's mind. You cannot stop what is coming. Watch me. Harry threw everything he had at the entity, fire and light and dimensional force, channeled through the Covenant mark until his entire body burned with the effort. Morgana matched him, her ancient power joining his, their combined assault hitting the lieutenant like a hammer. It screamed. The sound echoed through dimensions, shaking reality at its foundations. The entity staggered, losing cohesion, and the breach behind it began to destabilize. Now! Morgana's voice cut through the chaos. Seal it! Harry reached for the breach with his mind, feeling its edges, finding the threads of reality that had been torn apart. He pulled, knitting the wound closed the way he'd learned in Scotland, using the lieutenant's own dimensional energy as fuel. The breach shrank. 50 feet. 30. 10. The lieutenant tried to escape, pulling itself back toward the closing tear, but Harry's power held it in place. Morgana's magic wrapped around it, binding it, preventing retreat. You cannot destroy me, the entity howled. I am eternal. I am... The breach closed. The lieutenant, caught between worlds, ceased to exist. Not killed, simply erased, its connection to reality severed so completely that nothing remained. Silence fell over the burning forest. Harry collapsed to his knees, gasping. Every nerve in his body was screaming, his mark throbbing with overuse, his magic drained to its absolute limits. Harry! Hermione was at his side instantly. Are you okay? You were... I'm fine. His voice was barely a whisper. Just tired. Morgana stood over them, her golden eyes scanning the sky where the breach had been. It's closed. The barrier is holding. For how long? Long enough. Morgana knelt beside him, her hand finding his. You did it, Harry. You destroyed a lieutenant of the Archon. That's never been done before. We did it together. Yes, we did. Morgana's smile was soft, genuine. Partners. Harry looked up at her, at this ancient who'd chosen to stand beside him, and felt something shift in his chest. Not just gratitude, not just respect, something deeper. Partners, he agreed. In the distance, the sounds of battle still echoed from Hogwarts. Voldemort, Dumbledore, the war that had defined Harry's entire life. But for this one moment, kneeling in a burning forest, surrounded by friends and allies, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Real hope. Maybe he could actually do this. Maybe he could defeat Voldemort, repair the veil, save the world without dying in the process. Maybe, just maybe, he could win. He just had to survive long enough to find out.